Give me a moment here, guys. I'm just trying to get my YouTube stream working. Okay, sorry about that. So those of you who were trying to log into YouTube earlier, I don't know what was going on, but if you posted some stuff, I didn't see it. So just give me a moment, please. I just got to get my headset working again. Sorry, guys. Just give me one moment. I just have to make an adjustment. Hmm. Okay, I'm just going to put myself on mute for about a minute. All right, I'll be right back. All right, there we go. Here's another one that is the Kelly Services. It's got a lot of resistance on the daily. I'm just trying to look for some potential long plays. There's another bank from Brazil trying to come back. It's right at, look at this. I mean, amazing, isn't it? Look where it got to yesterday. BBD sat right on top of the 200-day moving average. So right now, 437. That was the high yesterday. It's right at that high. Okay, now we have a big bottoming tail on the SPY. Pretty big one. Look at this. So we may start getting some bounces. I mean, I'd see in the 2-minute, but let's see if this holds in the next candle. What time is it? 9:53. Let's see if the next candle can at least go green or at least hold this area. So remember what this means, the bottoming tail. Sellers had it down here. Remember, this was a big red candle at one point. Now the buyers are taking it back up. They're trying to hold this level. We'll see if that works. For a while, anyway. Diamond hands. Yeah, so you can see what happened here. I mean, we had a lot of bounces. I mean, some of these stocks are following exactly what the SPY is doing. Look at this big bottoming tail. That's that 15-minute chart. And there's the big bottoming tail. And it's mirroring what the SPY is doing. Well, it's funny. I mean, this one, VLY, which was flying, now that the market is rallying a bit, it's starting to move down. So, good morning, Ija. I don't know if there were any posts earlier. I had trouble with monitoring the posts in the YouTube feed. I think we're okay now. So here's a little steel play, TMST. However, let's take a look here. Weekly chart. Well, it's above this area. What's the high over here? 841. It's TMST. How's US Steel doing? Is it following? Not really. It is down. I wonder if Macy's bounced with the market. Yeah, you see a lot of stocks are looking like this. These big, the second 15-minute candle with some bottoming tails and then a recovery. That's exactly what the market is doing. Don't like that. I mean, my goal is to try to find stocks that are trading kind of on their own, what we call alpha stocks, not so beholden to what the market's doing, overall market is doing. Look at, well, this is not bouncing at all. Zedkin, not at all. And I see it was halted. And now just opened on the way down. Zedkin, Z-K-I-N. I mean, there's maybe some support, 433. Okay, so I see KOPN actually got halted on the way up. So it's trying to bounce a little bit. But again, guys, I'd be very wary of trying to play bounces right now. Yes, we've got that big bottoming tail on the SPY, which is somewhat encouraging. But, unless this turns into what time is it? Less than 3 minutes for this to close. Unless this starts to really rally up here, this could just be very short-lived. So have to wait and see. All right, well, this is, let's see. So this is going to have earnings, unless it released early, FRTA. This is up a little bit here. It's going to have earnings after hours tomorrow, post-market, February 24th. Yeah, after hours tomorrow. So there is an alert, 2375. But again, I'd like to see the market a little more on our side. It had a nice day yesterday, and it is just a little bit above yesterday's high. And now my alerts have dried up after all that yellow. Yellow just means down for the day. It's just how I've color coded all of this. Okay, here's one that is moving a little bit higher here. ERII. And this is almost an all-time high. I guess the all-time high is over here, back in 2016. So I don't really consider that resistance. And it's a relatively low float, 36 million in the float. So this has some promise. Okay, so we have another 6 seconds for this candle to close. It doesn't look that encouraging. Let's see what happens on this next 15-minute candle. So what we'd like to see, if you want to play bounces, you want to see it take out the high there and continue to try to fill in this gap a little bit. If you're trying to play bounces, doesn't look good though. If you're trying to play bounces. So I mean, there were some early winners in the AI, but you had to get out early. That's an XPEV and NLS. Look at the bounce now for NLS, but choppy. I mean, yeah, very very tough in my opinion. Unless I wanted to get this short up in this area here pre-market, and I missed it by about a couple of pennies. All right, give me a moment, please. Just checking a couple of my thumbnail charts. Yeah, there are a lot of stocks that have bounced a little bit here. I mean, virtually, well, probably all of the stocks that people have followed over the last few months. Certainly, NIO, Solo, probably XPEV. Not as much though. So nothing from my option plays yet. All right, so I'm gonna stick an alert up here around 2382 for the FRTA. See if it takes that out later on. I mean it's an basically an all-time high. And we just had a couple of resumes. The CLSD resumed and YOLO resumed. What a name, YOLO. You only live once, guys. Oh, this is the okay. This is the cannabis cannabis ETF. I always usually just look at MJ. All right. Well, listen, guys. Okay, that candle is getting more encouraging. That third 15-minute candle, we've got some bottoming tails, little bottoming tail here. So this will help if you're in some little bounce plays. This will help so far. ENPH from Mike in the YouTube room. A little more expensive one, but yeah, it's trying to bounce back a little bit here after, again, looking a lot like most stocks right now with the second 15-minute candle, a bottoming tail. All right, now CTIB has come back over forward. I know some of you are still watching this one. So there's the pre-market high. I'm going to stick an alert at 442 and see if it takes that out. I mean, yeah, I'd be giving up some, but this still has a lot of room. Up to 6 on that weekly chart. And then way up here, I'm not saying it's going to get to either, but at least it has room. And a lot of volume. Look at the volume coming in on that 2-minute chart. 3.25. I mean, this is what we call trading the float, guys. 3.3 million in the float. It has already traded 50 million shares. Do some quick math. That's a little over 16, probably around 16 times the float. And look out! I mean, if it could just explode right through that pre-market high, and it looks like it's trying to right now. Well, this looks like it's going to take out that pre-market high, guys. CTIB. I still don't see any news. I mean, I think Sam said something about selling balloons to big box stores. There it goes, guys. CTIB. All right, guys, we have a winner here, taking out that pre-market high. Brief winner anyway. I don't know how much more. Wow, look at it go, guys. Okay, I'm out some. Again, my plan was to take it, on that pre-market break, but I'm out some now. I don't trust, of course, the overall market. Let's see if it can get close to 5, and we got up to 475. Come on. I'm going to try to push it up. So you notice, in the room, I don't tell anybody to buy, sell anything, all right? I sort of lay out a plan, what I'm looking to do. And if you want to follow, go right ahead, but I'm not going to ever say, okay, guys, everybody buy CTIB. And this, again, look what I said. I don't trust the market today, so I mean, I'm basically completely out of it now. That was just quick. Now, it could come back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick an alert up in this area here. It might come back later. The other thing I'll always say, if you're in one of these low float situations with 3 that's an extremely low float. If you don't know what I mean by the float is the supply of stock, the available number of shares that are able to be traded on a daily basis. So that's a very low number. So just a minute, please. All right, sorry about that. So it's right back up. I'm a little jumpy on these right now. If you're still in it, it still looks interesting if it takes out that high. But what we're talking about is the float, okay? So that is the supply of stock available for trading. That's what we call the float. So if there is high demand for whatever reason, and you can start scratching your head and wondering, well, why is that? A lot of times it's because the stock has earnings. In this case, no. Sometimes you just look at the news and you can see some news, especially with bios. I still don't see any specific news on this, but it doesn't really matter. The thing is that there's super high demand for this stock today. I mean, 3.3 million in the float. It's already traded 61 million shares. So you divide that number into 61, and that's what we call the float turnover. And look at the relative volume, 280 times normal up to this point of the day. Okay? Yeah, you can put a time, Abra, you can put a timer. Right click, search, time. Okay, so time of day. If you don't want to see anything, that's what I do here actually. Right here, I put a 15 minutes. So if you wanted to put time of day, add the filter, and you don't want to see anything until 60 minutes after the market opens. Where'd that filter go? Time of day. Sorry, add the filter. There we are, sorry. So you put 60. So if you don't want to see anything until 60 minutes after the market opens, that's what you would put, okay? Hey guys, I'm not in it anymore, but it looks still interesting. I'm not in it anymore. I mean, this is probably the star, obviously the star of the day. It's not caring too much what the market's doing. Unfortunately, I'm not in it anymore. So, Mike, are you talking about F triple I? As far on a short alert? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. You flipped the moving higher. I did see that one. The reason I didn't take it is because it's a SPAC and I just don't quite trust. What we're talking about here is, what I'm talking about anyway, is, okay, there's nothing in this window yet, the moving higher. And what I did is I just flipped this one. So this is now moving lower with unusually strong options. So these came in, they're all SPACs though. And I don't really like trading those SPACs. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up. SPAC is an acronym. Yeah, well, if you have the single stock window, and you click on profile, you see where it says focuses on affecting a merger, capital stock exchange, asset, etc. Then you know it's a SPAC. Okay, these are these blank check companies. They've raised money. They've put, so I mean, yeah, it trades like a stock right now. All right, I mean FIII and all the SPACs, they trade like stocks. You can trade them like stocks. What they're doing is they're looking to merge. They're trying to find a private company to merge with and take that company public. And it's been the rage all last year and continuing this year. Probably the first one of really big note was Space. I don't know what it was before, but this was not. Can't remember what the SPAC name was before it merged with Space, but I think that was probably the big one. Filter name was Time, Libra, okay, Time, Time. Well, Time. So just do a right click, configure, do a search, and type in Time, and you'll see that. Look at the volume. CTIB. So this will probably trade, I mean, we're only at 1014 right now. It's certainly way over, look at that, just bumped way over 100 million shares. Could be 150, could be 200 million shares with 3 million in the float. Yeah, listen, with the way the market is right now, I'd be reluctant to do anything. I mean, yeah, the trigger is what, 1733? I can't even. What was the trigger for it? I can't remember what the actual price was. It was 1733. Yeah. So. Yeah. I mean, listen. I mean, you're going against. We're going against a market both yesterday. I mean, I know yesterday it did. You could have made money if you got in at 1733, which would have been easy to do. The way this market is right now, I'm not much of a swing trader to begin with, but I'd be taking my profit. I looked at this also and I saw, to me, it didn't have a ton of room. It got to 18, but then, you're looking up here, didn't have a ton of room. Yeah, CCIV is having a nice bounce, guys. I will, absolutely. If you got, I mean, there is it down to 30, nice $7 bounce. But, okay, here's our our fourth candle now in the SPY. Like to see this hold and not turn red. What we don't want, if you want to go long and you want to play bounces, what you don't want to see is that candle to go below here and just continue down. Well, I did mention this one a long time ago. This is actually not too bad, this TMST. I mean, but again, look at these. I mean, this is the reverse. You have topping tails now. What does that mean? That means the buyers had it up to this point, up to this price. Sellers knocked it down here. Buyers tried again. Sellers knocked it down here. This is a smaller one. And at this point, I mean, you look, the sellers may give up trying to knock it down. Hey, we do have, and this is at least it's in kind of the right sector. ERII. So that's the first one from the options plays. It's kind of in the right sector. It has been an alpha stock. You can tell because look what it's done since the market opened. It did not have any big red candles down. And it's almost an all-time high. So for me, I'd like to see it break 16 before I did anything. Just going to stick an alert at 1601. It's not a super low float, but it's certainly not a high float. 36 million in the float. Ah, idiot. That's me. Forgot to turn on my strategy. Here we go. It's an AI alert also. You're right, 1584, so a little bit earlier. What's the volume like? Not bad. I mean, it's obviously does not trade very much. It's 22 times normal on only 661,000 shares. 22 times normal up to this point of the day. That's what this relative volume is. It looks at the time of day. But you can see, I mean, if it can find its way to pop through that 16, we could be on our way here. So this will actually trigger. So what I did is I forgot to turn. What I'm doing is I'm auto trading on the entries only. This strategy, and there we go. So now it took it. Would have taken it at 1592 if I had remembered to turn the strategy on. So let's see now. Let's see if this can get through 16. The little battle at 16 right now for ERII. Just watching to see if it can take out 16. Come on. Not quite an all-time high. There's just a sliver of white there, I see. So I don't know. Oh, that's right. It's back in 2016. So, I mean, look, I mean, do we really think that something almost 4.5 years ago is going to block it? I mean, I wish this weren't here, but I don't know if 4.5 years ago really matters today. If they had any news today. Yeah, I don't see any news. Now, I mean, that CTIB has been just pretty whippy. I mean, what did it get down to? 420, back up to 484. So, I mean, listen, I mean, yeah, we had an alert at 443 from my watch list, but that would have been pretty whippy. But, if you had to resolve, depends on where your stop was. All right, so the market, yeah, it's in mini recovery mode here. I'd like to see, ideally, take this candle out right here. I'm going to stick an alert. Doesn't have to be this candle doing it, but you can just sort of see we're in a bit of a rally mode right now. Hello, D3. D3, I'm going to call you D3. Well, just a little battle right at 16 for ERII. It's crazy. It's just a penny, it's just a number, but I just think that these whole numbers, they're just kind of psychological. Well, Deborah, I'm not I don't work for Interactive Brokers or anything like that, but, I've had now IB for 4 years. I have never had an issue. So I think it's a very reliable broker. Yes, I know they charge half a cent a share, and who knows, maybe down the road that'll change, but yeah, I think you get what you pay for. Charts are old-fashioned, absolutely. I mean, the website itself is probably a mess. I don't even know. I don't look at it. All I care about is order entry. That's all I use. I've got my time in sales, I've got my order entry, and that's all I care about. The charts are, yeah, they're pretty archaic looking, but I don't use their charts, so that doesn't make any difference to me. But a very, very stable platform. So I saw this one in the pre-market, this SNSS. It got all the way up to 5, and then I just disregarded it because it almost got back down to the close of yesterday. Trying to come back now, SNSS over the whole number 4. It's a low float, 16 million in the float, so I guess it has some room. Well, look, CCIV, this was a classic. If you can take out these pre-market highs right there, it could have a shot to keep running a little bit, 39.42. They announced the merger after hours. Our charts didn't take into account that, I guess, but yeah, Frank's. This is an earnings play actually. 23rd pre-market. Didn't really see it. Didn't do anything in the pre-market. This tan area right here is the pre-market. It did nothing in the pre-market. The market opened though, and it has been trading pretty well. It hasn't. And look at the market now, guys. Maybe this will turn into my favorite day. Just a rally. Yeah, this has some room actually. What's the spread? Or a big float, 155 million in the float. But if you look in the weekly chart, in theory, your big area of resistance is around 672. That's far away. Monthly looks probably the same. Actually, the monthly is a little closer here, around 527 or so. Guys, it is, well, it's actually fun. It's later than I thought, 10:28. Well, okay, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I am live on the mic, watching the SPY rally here a little bit, just keeping an eye on ERII to see if it can really break right through 16. So I'm going to pop into the YouTube room, my home page. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I don't know. Forget. Let me see if I can delete that. Yeah, remove it. Okay. Well, it is an alpha stock because, yeah, take Monica. When you look at what it did and what the rest of the market did, it was definitely trading on its own. Okay, so from here, from my home page, the tab within this trading room, okay, the main room as I call it, and I've also put those links into the YouTube room. If you click on my home page, a lot of information on my home page. So if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, there is a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. Just give you an idea about how much Trade Ideas does cost. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. So on the annual premium, $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. There are some other differences, but the main reason people want to take a look at our premium service is to have access to the AI, which I will go over in a bit. You don't have to take an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard is $118, $228. You can apply the promo code to the first month only. Okay, so you'll get a 15% discount the first month only. After that, it'll go to these regular prices. On my homepage, you'll also can sign up for the trade of the week. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a recap of what happened in the room. I usually do it around 1 o'clock. All the scans that I'm sharing, this is a pretty popular link within my homepage. Click here, and this is the one that I love. Moving higher with unusually strong options, okay? But I have a lot of other scans that I'm sharing. A lot of education right here on this link, including the one I like to put on its own. The 20 lessons, okay? I'm going to pop this link in here. Okay, so if you are new to trade ideas or you're thinking about getting trade ideas, okay, take a look at this link right there, the 20 short lessons. So if you're new to trade ideas, you just got the program, you know, it covers all of the basic features. I would really recommend you take a look at this. You know, otherwise you'll be looking and maybe mystified about what, you know, how to do anything. But I mean, this covers so much of the basic features that we have. What is a top list, building one, alert window, creating one, etc. Okay? And again, if you don't have trade ideas, you can look at this. You can see some of the basic features that we have. More links or more training in that education link from my homepage. So the daily support session. So today is Tuesday. So I monitor, we have a YouTube room at the same time as this, as what I call the main room, this room here, okay? And I monitor it until 12 o'clock, so from 9 to noon. One of the other traders takes over. Today is Steve, and he is the originator of the trades of the week. So he'll monitor the YouTube room between 12 and 1, and then I'll resume from 1 to 3. So I take a break from 12 to 12:30, and so before I do, I'll put the link for the YouTube room in case you want to go there while I'm on a break. Free trading room. This is this room here. Daily webinars. So today is Tuesday. So Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. Educational videos. We have a lot of educational videos here and some ebooks that we created. Okay, trading ebooks. So there is a lot of information from my home page right there. There's a tab right there from within this trading room, and I pop that link into the YouTube feed. Okay, now I'm going to talk in general about what Trade Ideas is. All right, so we are a scanner. We're not a broker. You need a broker to trade, okay? But we're a scanning software. And so what you see here, and again, one of the scans that I am sharing, what you do is you can create your own scans to generate ideas for trades, okay? That's why we're called trade ideas, okay? So for instance, in here, I'm using these are the filters that I'm using. So, you know, I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 20, 400,000 shares, etc. Now, if you take this scan and load it, of course, if you want to, you know, change the price range or change anything or add a filter, of course you can do that. This is just what I like to see. So, second here. So what happens is if a stock meets all of these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Okay, it's a real-time alert. So, we don't force you to learn a programming language to put this together if you wanted to create your own. What we did was we said, okay, instead of forcing people to learn a programming language, just a minute, am I getting ready? One moment, please. I thought, oh, I see. So FRX, guys, this is a little bit early. This is on the Well, it should be showing up really soon in the four. You know what? I'm going to go back. I just want to talk about a little bit about how you can create your own scans and why we don't force you to learn a programming language. So when you click on search, here are all the alerts that we have. I mean, I'm using a new high and new low, but we have a lot of alerts that you can use. Those will be real-time alerts. And then these icons, these are the filters. So the whole idea is that hopefully for the vast majority of you, we've created enough alerts and filters that you can put together your own scan if that's what you want to do. Now we share a lot. I mean, if you go to our toolbar in the channel bar, these are all built-in layouts, with different themes. The short squeeze, trade the gap, explosive winners. Okay, so we have created all these scans for you. You can take a look at them, or all the scans that I'm sharing. So, you don't have to, when you first start out, create anything on your own. Boy, this is still teasing us at 16. So anyway, that's what Trade Ideas is. We're scanning software. You need a broker still to trade, all right? So we're not a broker. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the AI. Sorry, guys, I'm just looking. We do have a resume now. So this is what our AI is all about. We have what we call approximately 50 baseline strategies. So once the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine to optimize those strategies. That's what happened last night once the market closed. These are quite a few. Wow. I don't think I've seen this before. So we had a lot of strategies out of the 50 that actually made the cut. They made the cut because they had the proper win percentage, profit factor, etc. Why they made the cut shouldn't concern you so much. What really should concern you, or what should interest you, is, okay, great, these are the ones that made the cut. What are the alerts that were generated from these? In order to see them, if you click on New from the toolbar, in the AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, this is what you'll see. Well, this is a pretty good one. I've missed this. Well, hasn't moved that much. This is what you'll see, okay? Nothing happens pre-market. The earliest alert you'll get from the AI will be 9:35. That's the earliest. It'll be a real-time entry. You don't have to take it right at the entry, and you have a stop. And then it's up to you to manage the trades. Okay, but that is what I would do to watch the AI alerts as they come in. So it's the AI, it's from the toolbar. From the toolbar. All right, New, click on New from the toolbar, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Now the other thing is that once you have this loaded, you can incorporate this as part of your layout. So you don't have to do it every morning. Just incorporate it as part of your layout. So that's what the AI is. Now, this window you see here is called Brokerage Plus. And the AI, again, is part of our premium service. So if you want to have access to it, you'll need to sign up for the premium service either on a monthly or an annual basis. Give me a moment here. I just have to put this ERII. I want to thumbnail it. Just keep an eye on it, see if it really wants to pop through 16. So this window here is called Brokerage Plus. And to get access to it, first of all, you have to be using our app. The downloadable application is not available in the web-based version. And you see right there, we have Brokerage Plus. That's one of the options. If you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, IB account, you can actually use that Brokerage Plus window to trade. And I've just put this video in, or a link to the video, which will show you how you can do all that. So what you would do is you watch that video. It'll show you how you can connect to your Interactive Brokers account. You click on live, and then you'll be set. Then you can actually trade your Interactive Brokers account. All right, guys. Looks like we're ready to go here for the ERII. Okay, so you can trade your Interactive Brokers account using this window. So why would you want to do that? Well, it's probably it's more of a pleasing interface, okay, and you can do more things. So for instance, I can set up, so let's just say I look at CTIB and I want to trade it. I take a look at the chart and say, yeah, I want to trade it. I can go back, I right click, trade, and you see how these buying and shorting options popped up. So how did that happen? Okay, guys, there is CCIV taking out the pre-market high. So for those of you who are interested in this one, that could be a sign that it's going to be on a little bit of a road to recovery anyway. So again, if you want to, so in order to set these up, the buy and shorting scenarios that you like, you have to watch that video and it'll show you exactly how to do this. And then this is what we call one-click trading. Because if you click on an alert, and again, if you like what you see, you go back, right click, hover over that trade, and pick how you want to trade it. All right, guys, ERI is working. Well, Bruce, I laid it all out, okay? I don't tell you what to do, you know, but yeah. Just waiting to see if it can, how much more it can go. See, this market today for me is more of a scalper's market. Okay, so I outlined how you can use, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this window called Brokerage Plus to trade your account. All right, guys, we have a winner. I mean, I will say this is a winner. In a day like today, I mean, it was also it was an AI alert. It was from my options play alert, 1592. I'll take it. As I say, when you want to sell is completely up to you. Okay? Don't listen to me. Don't say, Barry, when should I be selling? Okay? Well, for me, a scalper's market is more, you know, what I mean, listen, if this market and it's rallying, you'd love to be able to hold on to something like this for a good part of the day, see if it just keeps moving higher and higher. But with with the market down, though it is recovering, for me, I will take my gains when I can get them. I just don't trust that we're going to see like hugely trending stocks for the day. Now this might be the exception. All right, guys, that's what I wanted to see. Look at this. SPY, nice recovery. It's right at the high here of that red candle. This is turning into my favorite day. Yes, it is. When we have a big gap down and then our nice rally. All right, guys, so now I want to really talk about our simulator, okay? So if you're new to trading, I would really, really recommend that before you commit money to the market, practice trading. It's like any other skill. You can't expect to, open your brokerage account today and you've never traded before and think, all right, let's go. Practice trading, and we have a simulator. That's what that SIM, S-I-M means, paper trader, whatever you want to call it, simulator. And it's part of our standard service, and it uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, it uses our real-time data. How does it work? Well, you click on an alert, and you notice the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. Again, it's all real-time data. This is our real-time data. If you want to short it, you sell. If you want to go long, you buy. Okay, really simple. Now, I want to demonstrate, because I know this is kind of popular among traders, like maybe taking a pullback trade. Something is, pulled back to a certain level and you'd like to get in. How about NLS? Okay, I mean, let's say it pulls back to this level here, right at 22. Again, I'm not saying that's something you would want to do. I just want to demonstrate how you can do it. So you pick how many shares. I'm going to go 300 shares, and I want to take the trade at 22. If it pulls back to 22. So I'm going to put 22 in both boxes here. I'm going to click on the buy button, and you'll see a big a big red line. How about a blue line? A big blue line will show up right in your chart. So if the stock goes down to $22, if NLS goes down to $22, it'll take the trade. Okay? Now, if you don't want to take the trade, it's approaching, maybe you don't like what the market's doing, it's not continuing to rally, you can just go into the orders and cancel. All right, you just cancel. So that is one way to do it. If you had wanted to say, well, you know what, I also wouldn't mind taking it if it broke a certain level above where it is, you could do the same thing. Just put the price, put the price where you want to get in at above the current price. In both boxes, click that buy button, and you would see a big blue bar above the price. So that is one way to use the simulator. And I'm just going to keep an eye on this. This is in the simulator, guys, okay? And you can also use the simulator to practice swing trading. If you don't close out a position at the end of the day, it'll carry over. So you can also use this to practice swing trading. Yeah, I mentioned this SNSS earlier on the 4 break. It is starting to move. So let's just say now you want to take a trade. Say I want to take this AQB. I mean, I'm not saying I would want to do this, but it's starting to rebound. The market's coming up. So let's say I wanted to take this AQB. You're going to understand, and also we're going to talk about stops and how much to risk per trade. So I'll take the trade. I don't know, I always fixate on 300 shares, but what's the spread like? It's not terrible, so I'm going to buy. And there it just shows up. So it just took the trade at 742, okay? Always have a stop. Unfortunately, not every trade is going to work for you, so you have to have a place where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working, a price. I'm going to put the stop at 722 just to make the math easy. I'm going to show you why. Now, where you put your stop, this is where experience starts to come in, because eventually you should be able to look at a chart and say, okay, yeah, this is a good resistance area or a support area. So if we're broke down through that support area, I should be out of the trade. I put it at 722, 20 cents away to make the math easy. I'll show you what I mean. So you can see right there, a red line appeared. So if it goes down, if this goes down to 722, it'll take me out for a $60 loss. Okay? So here's the other thing to consider. So, if you agree with me that you should put a stop, okay, that's great. The other thing that you have to be aware of is, okay, how much am I going to actually risk on the trade? If this trade doesn't work for me, What's the maximum I want to lose on this trade? So that is going to depend on your account size. So I mean, if you've got $1,000 or $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So let's just say, based on your account size, you can, risk $100 a trade. This is why I put the stop at 722 to make this math easy. It's a 20-cent stop. So how many shares then would I have bought? Could I have bought with if I'm going to risk $100? Well, you divide 20 cents into 100 and you get 500 shares. Or the reverse, 500 shares times a 20-cent stock equals $100. Okay? So that is how you will share size. So you don't go into this saying, well, I'm going to take $100 or 100 shares every trade, 500 shares every trade, and the other one is, well, I'm going to risk 10 cents every trade. Your stop has to be based on something. And again, that will come with experience, looking at a chart, seeing where where a support area could be. Now, just because we think there's a support area, again, doesn't mean it's going to hold. But that's when you should get out. That's the whole key to all of this, money management. You want to be able to stick around. Okay? Now, you notice I've got my stop here. And I know people have been in the room forever. I know they probably get tired of my saying this, but we have a lot of new people in the room. And, I just always want to reinforce this whole idea of this stop. Because even though you've listened to me and you've said, yeah, okay, I understand what the guy is saying. It makes sense. That's what I'm going to do. And then you get into a trade and it starts to, it's not working and it starts approaching your stop. And you're remembering, well, maybe I'm so new that I don't know where to put a stop. So, let's stop because I know this trade's going to work. I know a lot about this company. I've heard some good things. So this trade is going to work. And so you start disobeying your stop. What you start doing is moving it down. Okay? And you keep moving it down, 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 even as it approaches the new stop you've put in, because you just cannot believe that this trade is not going to work. So you see what I'm doing here. I had a $60-odd loss, manageable loss. Now, if I allow this to go down to 643, I'll be off $300. And at that point, you might say, oh my gosh, I got to get out of this trade. So instead of that nice manageable loss, which, yeah, nobody likes to take a loss, but it's a manageable loss, you move on, and who knows, maybe it sets up later on. For all the reasons why you got into the trade the first time, maybe it sets up later on. Okay? And so if that is you, and believe me, I guarantee that will be you. We all have done it. We put the stop and all the best intentions in the world. This takes, if you just leave the line in here, it takes all of the emotion. Okay? All of the emotion out of the trade. You just let it happen. It'll take you out. You move on. And as I said before, it might set up, for all the reasons why you got into the trade the first time, it may set up again. Now, you can also use this like a trailing stop. Let's say it really starts to work. And you had you put your stop at a support area. There might be a new support area that is generated higher up as the trade starts working. So you can kind of use this like a trailing stop. Okay, you can just you can move that stop line up. Okay? Just going to readjust it, put it, well, it doesn't really matter. I mean, again, I'm just using this demonstration purposes. Well, but if their stop loss is 20, I mean, what is it based on? I mean, that would be correct, yes. Guys, ERII is a bona fide winner today. I mean, in a day where I didn't expect much, this is a great winner. 1592, or from the AI a little earlier, but I mean, it's at 1632 right now. I call that's a great winner. Nice percentage move. And who knows, maybe this trend will continue. No, it won't show the bid ask, not in the simulator, but you know what? I mean, look, you have a broker, your broker will show you the bid and ask, okay? And we get that question a lot. I mean, here's my time in sales in interactive brokers. I wouldn't be so concerned about having the bid ask showing. It'll show it if you're connected to your interactive brokers account. Well, that's what I was trying to say. You know, what was the 20? He was sort of saying on average, but I mean, there's no. If he's saying, well, I like to take a 20-cent stop every trade, then that's not the way to do it, in my opinion. And Real is chiming in, same thing. It has to be based on some, something that, in my opinion, on the chart where you see some support, or maybe it's a moving average, something. But it cannot be, well, I'm going to risk 20 cents a trade. This has been a nice recovery, guys, for those of you who, I know some of you were talking about getting this at 30 for the CCIV. That's a great recovery. Wow. It's just yeah, in auto trading, you can set up something that will use a trailing stop. Okay. Now, what I've done here, I'll talk briefly about auto trading. What you're seeing here with the ERII, why did it take the trade? Because you didn't see me do it. So what I've been doing for about a week and a half now is I've been taking this strategy and I have been auto trading it. Only on the entry. I will manage the exit on my own. Okay, that's what I'm doing. And how to do that? Well, if you watch that video, you can do it. If you will need our premium service, even in the simulator, if you do want to auto trade anything. If you're brand new, I would just forget about auto trading. I'm doing this, I'm auto trading these on the entry has worked out pretty well. Now, we don't get too many alerts in this window. That's the whole idea, is to only get a few alerts a day. I think the most I've ever seen is about 12. I think it's been averaging about 6 or 7. I have no idea ahead of time how many alerts we're going to get. So Marcus, to answer your question, you can do that, but you have to watch that video. Again, that the B plus. And yeah, the FI is, we talked about that. I know you guys have been talking about that one also. I mean, that is an alpha stock. The definition of an alpha stock. This one, so far, and this one almost better. Come on. No, I'd say it's about the same. Remember, this is what the market was doing early on, remember. This was at one point, there's a big red bar down here, that second 15-minute candle. But look what this one was doing. Completely trading opposite to what the market was doing. And so was and is FII or FI. And this is an earnings play. So this is why, if you're wondering, well, why is it doing this? Well, they released earnings and the market perception is that they were good. I don't know exactly what you're talking about, Eber. I mean, this has never produced that many alerts. I haven't really made any changes to this. This one, the option scanner, has never given me that many alerts. I gotta say, guys, that is a very, very impressive recovery for CCIV. I mean, this was down to $30. That's a very impressive recovery. So definitely two alpha stocks. I mean, FI and ERII, a couple of great alpha stocks. And then again, an alpha stock is just a stock that is, well, I mean, they're following the market. Boy, this is a great recovery for the market. All right, I'm just going to put my marks here for ERII for my video that I do later on. Yeah, trading the bounces on a day like today obviously is working very well with what the market is doing. Yes, I'm just answering somebody in the YouTube room. Boy, this has just been a phenomenal one. That's a for something that has 155 million in the float, up 50%, and mainly when the market opened. So it's not like this gapped up already. I mean, this did nothing pre-market. Nothing. It's really interesting how this can sometimes happen. Almost like they released earnings during market hours, but it was pre-market. Well, when I look at this now, I mean, the next high is 576. That's the next high looking left on that weekly chart. And that's the same on that monthly chart. We just took out that monthly high of 523. We're just above that. So the next high is again 523 or 576 on the monthly chart and the weekly chart. And it got halted, yes. Now, let's take a look to see where it may open. Yeah, it did just get halted, yes. Well, let's just see where it's stacking up. I don't see, normally I can see what the potential, I see 527, 535, so nothing spectacular. SNSS Darn it. I was just going to take some of this SNSS. Um, So SNSS, I mean, this had a big move in the pre-market before it gave it up 533, but it gave it all the way down to 361. I mean, it's almost $2, but it is coming back. All right, guys, that's it for me in ERII. I'll look at it again, maybe if it gets up to 1650, but and we have some SPACs, some new SPACs arising here. Have to get them into our SPAC database. Just give me a moment. What time is it? Well, SNSS, I just missed getting it. Well, c'est la vie. Okay, guys, I'm just adding some SPACs to our SPAC database. Okay. $525.56. Let's take a look. The IB doesn't show that yet. It says, well, it says for me, it says 527, 528. All right, here's another one on the move here. Box. This is not Dropbox, but this is Box. Okay, just a minute, please. Boy, there's been some huge rallies. Another one is JMIA. Look at this. I mean, it's like the CCIV, 41 up to 48. All right, so this resumed, and so, I mean, it's kind of holding. If you're in this one, just be awfully careful. You know, I mean, it's holding. I'm talking about FI, of course. So if you're wondering why I got out of ERII, first of all, guys, I mean, you know, I get a question all the time. Why don't you trade more? Well, sometimes it's a little difficult, of course, what I'm doing, moderating, keeping an eye on not just 2 rooms, and also I have emails I'm answering. So, I'm not 100% devoted to trading. And what I didn't want to happen to have for me in this one, I didn't want to see all of a sudden some big giant red bar hit me and I'm not paying attention. So, because I do manage the exits on my own. So it didn't mean, just because I'm out of the trade doesn't mean that it won't keep going up. But I just have to be a little bit careful. Box, box, box. Here's another almost alpha. I mean, it just had the little dip there, but this has been almost straight up. This is not an earnings play either. Box gains after report of a potential starboard proxy fight sales push. So there is some news on this, I guess. So there's obviously maybe some activist investors trying to get this company going. Oh, this is my miss. Okay, I would have loved to have been in this one just right here, and that 440 mark. That's the SNSS. Well, box and NSS. Severe rippage. Okay, so this SNSS, the option volume, it won't appear. It has my minimum is 2,000 contracts. It's at 1,500, and the option volume has to be four times normal. So it may show up later on. SNSS. Sure, I'm sure it is, JB. At some point, of course, it can't keep it up, and it's not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. Yes, I do. All I have to do is just click on my home page. Okay, find that home page tab. Hopefully you can see what I'm doing right there. Home page tab within the trading room. When you click on it, this is what you're going to see. And one of the options right here are my scans. Click here, and here it is. Moving higher with unusually strong options. And again, I'm not trading the option, guys, okay? This is just all the I should go over this for those of you who do trade options. So, I mean, we're not scanning for options, okay? We're only scanning for stocks. However, we do have some option filters that may help you trade the options. You need a premium subscription, Ibra, okay? To any auto trading, anything, you need a premium subscription. So we have the put call ratio, options volume. That option volume is the average over the last 10 days, total contracts. This is, of course, the option volume today, put and call volume today. Here is the key filter, option volume today %. Okay, so if I add this filter and say I put 200% in here, double as the ratio to 200%. So what that means is, let's just say a stock on average over the last 10 days has traded 2,000 contracts total. For me to see that stock today, it would have to trade 4,000, 200%, double, okay? So this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing in this one right here. I'm saying, okay, I want to see really unusual activity, 400% of normal. So 4 times normal with a minimum 2,000 contracts and some other filters. So I'm zeroing in on stocks having really trading an abnormal number of contracts. If that helps you trade the option, great. I know there are people in here who use the filter, and I think it helps them trade options. But I'm not trying to say we scan for option plays like that or options. So the other thing, so the question about auto trading. Now, before you commit, before you commit. Let's say you do create a strategy and you think, yeah, I'd like to auto trade it. Practice in the simulator. Okay, practice with it. So here, Ren, I don't share my overall layout. What I do is I share individual scans, and you can kind of pick and choose what you might like. Okay, so I'm just going to put that. I'm going to put my homepage link. I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. So I'm going to put my homepage link in there. Okay, and when you click on that link, just go to the scans section. There are 4 sections. One of them is scans, and you can pick and choose which ones you might like, okay? Now, these 3 are not available from those scans. You have to access them from the toolbar. New, channel bar, and then my watch list, okay? This changes every day. The watch list changes every day. You don't have to do anything. You just let the alerts happen. If you want, you can take the windows and save them to the cloud, and then bring back your layout, and then bring back the windows, and then save everything to the cloud, if that's what you want to do. Remember, everything in the channel, all these channels, these are all layouts. So before you click on any one of these, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. Otherwise, you'll lose your layout because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So I'm just going to flatten out of this trade, okay? Should have shown you how to do that too. Oops, Okay, I guess I highlighted both of them. That's okay. In order to, these are hotkeys. So if you want to get out of a trade, you just highlight it. I accidentally highlighted both, but that's okay. This was just to demonstrate something. So you want to get out of a trade, you just highlight and you flatten. That gets you out of a trade. That's what flatten means. Half is getting out of half your trade, or you can double your position. Now I like to have this max P&L column and the distance from the exit price column up. Show you why. So what this is telling me, so I close out of the ERII trade in the simulator for a $128 gain, okay? The max I could have, while I was still in the trade, the max I could have made was 142. So that's not bad. I mean, you're never going to usually be able to trade out right at the absolute max. This is telling me, this minus 7 cents, this is telling me since I got out of the trade, it has dropped 7 cents. So, obviously, you'd like to see as big a negative number as possible, because this can help you determine, okay, am I getting out of trades, too early, about right? This is really help you figure out if you're getting out of trades too early or not. Now, you're never ever going to be able to get out right at the absolute max. But this will tell you, I mean, what you wouldn't want to see is, plus $1. That means, you got out $1 too soon. So this is a great way to practice trading, and keep get a handle, number one, on placing the trades. Remember, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, this is exactly the same window that you would use once you want to trade your live account. So for a lot of you who are new to trading, just even the mechanics of placing a trade can be a little dicey. Well, this is exactly the same window in the simulator that if you have an IB account that you would use. So you can practice with the simulator, getting used to just even placing trades. Well, I don't know. I don't want to call this a strategy. Okay, this is just generating ideas. Okay, and so so when you look at it, and if it sort of sets up on the chart the way you want, maybe you take the trade, maybe you don't. These are just ideas, and it only has. I mean, even though this window, this is the repeating version. This is the don't repeat. So what this means is the very first time I had an alert in this basic new highs and lows for SNSS was at 10.55 and the price was 4.46. So I can kind of go back in time and say, okay, what happened from that alert? Well, obviously pretty good. And the don't repeat, really simple to set up. What you do is you take your window that repeats. This is the repeating version. This will show me every time, SNSS makes a new high. And you just duplicate the window. Okay, you just duplicate the window. And then we have an option, right click, properties. And we have a don't repeat option. Click on it. And then here are the different time frames. So, sometimes you just don't want to see the same symbol over and over again. So you can say it only show me every 1 minute. If it makes a new high, every 5 minutes, 15, 30, or for the day. That's what I've done here. I only want to see the first time. So I can kind of go back in this window. Instead of having, let me just show you here. Instead of my having to scroll down and say, well, I wonder when that first alert happened for, some stock. Okay, I can just quickly look right here. So it's not a strategy. These are ideas. And when you look at the chart, you can kind of say to yourself, yeah, maybe I'd like to trade this if it's got a lot of room. There's only one strategy, in terms of giving you an entry and a stop. And that's using the AI. Do I trade every AI trade? Of course not. Shouldn't say of course not. I don't. I sort of have a price range that I like to trade. The AI, that's under $20, number one. And I use this like a watch list all day long. That's how I use it. Because sometimes the AI will give you several opportunities to get into a stock. I might get on a pullback. Maybe it drops below the alert price and then comes back up to that alert price. And what did I say? I actually missed this. So this actually now did show up because now it's, we'll call it extended. This showed up in the options, and what did it take it at 520? Now it is pretty extended right now, but who knows? I mean, the next high looking left, what did I say? That's 505, 657. So I mean, this could keep going. But I just want to show you how you can do this. If I flatten out of the trade, I'm out of the trade for $248. Why did it take 954 shares? Because in this particular scenario, I'm I'm putting $5,000 in per trade. And so it's going to share size me, and then I manage the exits. Maybe a little more advanced, but that's just the way this is working. So, I mean, you'd have to be careful. Obviously, you get the alert just because you get the alert here. And this is where, some trading experience comes in. You get the alert at 524, but when you look at it, I mean, you're in chase mode. So you'd have to be a little bit careful. Now, if you're saying, well, why didn't we get the alert down here? We could have, but that would mean reducing, the option volume, which is right here, the percent. I could have reduced it to 300 or 250. I would have seen this one earlier for sure, but then I may have seen a lot of other ones that I don't want to see. So it's always a trade-off, when you construct your and you can't drive yourself crazy saying, well, I want to see everything. Well, you can see everything. You can construct a scan to see absolutely everything, but that's the problem. You'll see everything. And so the good ones may be, all tied into a lot of ones that you don't want to see. So you'll get nothing done. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'll be right back, okay? Give me a couple of minutes and I'll be right back. Hey guys, just give me another moment or so. I'll be right back. All right, guys, sorry about that. I am now back. And so I see, okay, VBLT just showed up. Now, let's take a look at this one. Yeah, well, if I'd been here, you know, I would not have let this get down to 290, okay? You know, I see it took it, well, I mean, this again in the simulator, okay? Yeah, the minute it broke under 3, I would have got out of that trade, and then I can always get back in it. The other thing too is that looking left, there's too much. Yeah, so I'm just going to zip out of this trade. I'm going to flatten it. That's too bad because I mean I would not have. There's no way I would have allowed that to happen, because you know every trade, every alert in that scanner, of course, they're not all, as they say, they're not all created equal. So when you look left on that monthly chart, let me just bring it up. This is what I would have seen. So yes, it would have taken it in the simulator, automatic, or in the auto trading automatically. I would have looked left and I would say, wait a minute, look at the high right there is 304, high right there is 305, high right there is 309. So what I would have done is I would have exited that trade immediately, and then I would have I'm going to put a price alert around 311 and see if it can clear all this, okay? Because there's just too much resistance. So Nathan, I don't share my layout. What I do is I share individual scans, and let me just see. Hopefully that comes in. No, just a second. I'll give you the link. Okay, so Nathan, if you click on my homepage link that I've just popped into the YouTube room, you will see that one of the sections is the scans, and you can pick and choose which ones you want, okay? All right, now it's back up. Okay, now just has to clear this. I mean, what's the float like? So it's a modest float, 32 million, lots of volume, 12 million, 75 times normal up to this point of the day. So guys, you can see right here, look at the SNSS, okay? There's where minus 57 cents, okay? So where I exited, it has dropped 57 cents below. So that obviously was a tremendous exit. In fact, I got right to the penny, the most I could have got out of that one. Yogi, usually account issues, but what I would try first, okay, I'm going to give a link to our homepage. Okay, a link to the homepage, and then where it says start a discussion, you can click on that. Make sure you give them your email address so that they can look up your account, and hopefully they can help you there, okay? And guess what? Another SPAC. Maybe I just have to get that into the database. It's called Best WL. I haven't changed it in a long time. The SPAC symbol list. I think it's called blank check. It's not mine. It is for everybody. I think it's called blank check. Yeah, with your okay. The trade ideas. It is the trade ideas symbol list, and I think it's called blank check. Wow, 11:40 already. Okay, guys. So Steve is going to be in the YouTube room at around noon. Okay, so I'm going to pop this link in. So if you do want to head over there, I take a break just before noon for about half an hour. But he'll be in there for an hour. And he is the originator of the trades of the week. So you can ask him questions about that. Plus, he's way more of a swing trader. Most of the other traders, well, I shouldn't say, yeah, they're all way more swing traders than I am. So they may have some ideas for setups that you might want to follow. And so, yeah, so what I did is I just popped the YouTube. Here's the link, YouTube. Yeah, so unfortunately that kind of ruined my P&L here by not not taking that VBLT. Again, this is in the simulator. Give me a moment here, guys. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm just answering an email here. Nice, yeah, nice short, guys, on that CCIV. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm just an ongoing discussion here. What's my take? You mean, oh, CCV? You mean the next one? Well, I mean, until they announce who they're, you're talking about CCV, right? The next one after CCIV. Until they come out and kind of say, well, this is who we're looking at, there's really nothing to do. I'm definitely interested in it, but because that will certainly be their next focus. Okay, just give me a moment here, guys. I just want to. Okay, so Gromrata, if you click on, if you find my home page, okay, the tab, if you click on my homepage tab right there, okay, within the trading room, so hopefully you can see that, it says Barry's homepage. When you click on that, you'll be brought to this page right here. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. Just click here, and you'll see here are the scans that I'm sharing, including the moving higher with unusually strong options, okay? Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm managing the trade, okay? Sam, you know, I look at where I think, you know, I'm doing it a little bit differently. I'm not. This is not a suggestion. See, I don't. It's not a suggestion. Um, I'm just doing it a little bit differently because I'm taking a dollar amount, which is share sizing me, and then I'm looking at where I would get out. You know, I mean, it's a little bit in reverse. It's not a recommendation that that's what other people should do. Well, it's here. Can you not see my homepage, Gromrata? Can you see this? You click on, okay, so click on it. When you click on it, here you are. And here it is. The scans section, Barry scans, click here, and here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Pick and choose which ones you want. You know, I would definitely take a look at this one, the moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay, but you know, you can pick and kind of choose. Hopefully a lot of the basic new highs is right here. Oops. Sorry, I had myself on mute. You guys can see, you guys can see the screen now, right? I accidentally shut the room down on my end. So I just want to make sure you guys can see my screen. All right, now okay, you guys can see my screen now, right? And you can hear me? Okay, good. Okay, so somebody asked a question about how to, okay, Mo, so hopefully you can see me. So let me add a line on the chart, whether it's a trend line or it doesn't really matter, but a markup. So here's a horizontal line, okay? In order to get rid of it, you just go up to the line, and once your mouse pointer turns into that icon right there, left click and hit delete on your keyboard. Okay? So I'll do it again. I'll put a... Okay, you've got it? Okay, good. So you don't have to do it again. All right. Steve is definitely in the room at noon, so I'm just waiting for him to show up. It's 11:55 right now. So I will put my announcement in because he sometimes will show up a little bit earlier. So I'm going to put my announcement in. Yeah, I agree with what Real said about the myth that they're searching for your stops and all that sort of stuff. Well, Gordon, you've had a checkered trading career, haven't you? But welcome to the room. Whoa! Oh, that went too quickly. Holy smokes! That really popped that TMST. Yeah, I don't think there was any way I could have got out of the trade at 893. I would have loved to have just taken that quick profit, but I don't think there was any way. Okay, guys. Now also be aware. Look what the market's starting to do. Market is starting to drift down now. So our little wonderful 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we'll count that one, hour and a half of nice rally, that may be over for a while. Well, okay, you want to know how it helps. I mean, first of all, if you're a brand new trader, I mean, nothing is going to, you're going to have to get experience, looking at charts, things like that. These are ideas that are generated. You get an idea, you look at the chart, you think, yeah, okay. Does this have room to move? If it doesn't have room to move, you kind of bypass it. Okay, room to move meaning, a daily, weekly, monthly. Now, understanding that I'm a momentum trader, so most of the things I'm seeing are at the high of the day. So, you may not want to be a momentum trader. You may want to be more of a pullback trader, in which case you'd set up different types of scans. Or can this recover, this TMST? I mean, it's... So notice I got the alert at 860, but it moved so quickly I did not get a fill in the auto trader until 866. So how did that happen? Because in the strategy that I've got, I put a 15-cent offset. So that would mean I would be literally, I would take that trade 15 cents away. Now, typically it doesn't go that, it doesn't go that fast, but that one really moved. So that's why, even though the alert happened at 860, even though you were auto trading, if something moves so quickly, you won't get a fill right at the alert price. So that's why you have to have what we call a limit offset, saying, okay, how far outside of that alert will I go? All that is covered in that video. All right, Steve, I guess you've started, so I will stop my YouTube streaming. Okay, have a good time, Steve, for 1 hour. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Barry. I will indeed have a good time for 1 hour. All right. Let me make sure my mute is off. Check. Looks like you can see my screen. And as soon as I hear my voice on the live stream, I will put that on mute. And I will continue with Barry's thoughts that, yes, indeed, we had a little bounce. Let me make sure I am being heard. Hold on a sec. There we go. Good. Mute the stream. Perfect. Yeah, so here we are. Interesting day. A horrible gap down, and a lot of dip buyers popping in and doing what has worked lately. But what I've noticed is, this was the crucial area right here. We did overshoot it with a couple candles, but for the most part, these candles are drifting back below the thing that I preach the most. The 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart will give us a flavor, will give us a indication of the momentum if it's continuing or if it's breaking. In this case, again, a big bounce, a bit of an overshoot, but it looks like this 10-period moving average has kind of caught the price action once again. And there's certainly a few examples of that as I was kind of just going through waiting for Barry to finish. The NASDAQ, of course, is doing the same thing. I think the IWM is even tighter. So all three of our major indices are back down under this intraday. So intraday health is back to the negative side. We're back under pressure again intraday after an attempt. This is what happens when you have a bull market that just goes on forever, is people are conditioned to jump in and do this at this point. But it doesn't always mean they're right. We have a long day to go still, another 3.5 hours, 4.5 hours, 4 hours. And we'll see what happens. Let's make our decisions based on what the candles look like at the end of the trading day. Back to the NASDAQ. This one suffered the biggest blow. Kudos to Andy in our four-person trading account. He got short Tesla a few days ago back here, and he covered all of it this morning. But he was getting short back here as it broke down under the moving averages. It's been unhealthy for a couple weeks now, and then a big posting of a horrible close yesterday under the 50, which a lot of people saw doing homework last night, I guarantee you, and put their sell orders in on the open. Giant gap down, but we've bounced again. Another example of bouncing right back into this momentum line, and a current candle right here has given us a little caution that we're back under pressure with 4 hours to go, roughly. Yeah, that's kind of really what I wanted to talk about on the sign on today here is just, the flavor of this morning is decaying a little bit. These beautiful big hammer candles that we've seen are decaying. I'm going to elaborate more in my afternoon session today that it's a very difficult period right now for position traders and swing traders to withstand these types of movements. I'm in one I'm not going to get out of yet, but it's a small cap. Pow. Pow was down 15% at one point this morning, when the NASDAQ's down 3. Makes it tough. The darn trade of the week was brutal, and you can see sell tag. I got out. I'm not messing around with this stuff. I don't like what I'm seeing. After a nice fake breakout yesterday with good volume, now all of a sudden we flushed back to the downside. It's a very difficult position trader market. So if you're seeing a lot of red on your screen, you got a lot of anxiety right now, you're not alone. It's a little tricky, very very tricky right now. Another example of something just washing down 10% on the open, and I'm sure you saw that in a lot of your own individual names, things that were just exaggeratingly going to the downside, much more than our NASDAQ or other things. Looks like you guys are a little quiet in the question panel, and that is cool. I don't mind talking. I can always find something to talk about. Let's take this a step further here, and I'll come back and check that questions panel in a bit. But using our intraday 10-period simple moving average here, I'm talking to a lot of new traders now. If there's one thing, I did a one-on-one yesterday, and we don't do a lot of those, but it was a special case. And I reminded him how important it is if you're a new trader and you're not really sure what to look at. It's very important to not get overwhelmed and not have too many things to look at and get over analysis paralysis. If you can find something that's just simple and works pretty well, start with that. And that's my 10-period simple moving average on the 15. And the AI, which Trade Ideas has, is a auto-generated idea system in real time giving you an entry. And the exit I don't really care much about, because what I'm teaching is you are a better risk manager once the entry has been served up than the AI is. Looks like this one just, what happened here? Pull back long. Hey, we hit a target. I'm going to go through these in a second. So the value is in the entry. The AI serves up an entry. And again, I don't use this because I know what I'm looking for after 25 years, but new people coming into the market every day trying to figure out, where do I start? This is just absolutely dizzying looking at all these colors and boxes and numbers. I don't understand what the hell I should be looking at. So to try and simplify things, I would venture to have people study the AI if you don't know what you're looking for the entry. Let's go through the ones that I'm at least seeing on my screen here. And again, let's use the value of the entry, but forget the stop. Targets are great, but once the entry's been served up to you, you become the manager, and you're going to use this 10-period moving average to determine how you're going to manage the trade. Let's look at some examples from today. We're going to start here on a short. ZI. This one's unusual because it's a fade short. It's not weak. It was on highs. So it's above its 10-period simple moving average there. All right. Blasting down through below. Hey, we're on the good side of this trade now. All of a sudden, we're getting a +1 because we're now below that moving average. And now this moving average is going to become our stop. Forget this stop up here. Move it down. It's a trailing stop on a short sell here. So as the day progresses, if you get a candle that winds up closing, and again, not just a tick, a trade, a wick, 2 minutes above, and it needs to close on the opposite side of the momentum line, the moving average that we're using. That is your signal to get out, and it's usually a good early signal before the rest of the theater realizes the theater's on fire and everybody goes running for the exits at once. Sometimes it's really nice early warning system to get out of the trade. So let's go through these one by one. ZI, short, great entry, no pain, you're in the money, stay with it. No reason to get out of ZI. This is the one that just hit a target, matter of fact. So this is a long, indicated by the arrow pointing up. Let's zoom in a little bit. What do I like about this trade from the beginning? The AI was patient and waited. There's no chasing and volatility in the open. My favorite setup is seeing a stock that blasts on the open and goes sideways for a little while. And the one thing that usually forces the issue of the buyers to start getting aggressive again is the 10-period moving average. Look at how easily that demonstrates itself visually there. And thankfully, this one hit a target. And, there could be some more meat on the bone. Maybe you sell half, but good on you. You can't go broke taking profits. That's a really nice looking trade. There was no pain in that one. Let's go to this next one. It's back to a short sell. It was on the open on the initial candle, and this thing has been all over the place. But here's what I see on this one. Again, forget the AI stop line there. This is our stop line, and it's constantly adjusting. And for the most part, it's caught the price, and it's bringing it back into play. For the most part, the price cannot get a close above that declining moving average. So our stop is now very much tighter than it would be. I wouldn't use that AI stop as your current stop. And you're a bit underwater here because the blue line is the entry. So this one's still not working, but hopefully it gets there. Matter of fact, the AI exited early, and it's not doing as well since then. All right, here's another great example on the short side. Arrows pointing down. We blast through. There's our entry right there at the blue line. Immediately disregard this. There's no need to use that as your stop. Just disregard it. This is now your stop, the declining 10-period moving average. And look at what happened. It's almost the exact opposite of what we looked at earlier. Instead of a green spike, we've got a red spike, and it's a short sell. For the most part, that's kind of a declining sideways, but there's a lot of sideways in there. Here comes the moving average. This, I think, could very well force the issue of the sellers to start getting aggressive again. This moving average could force the trade lower. Therefore, a close above this moving average like that in green would be get out. Again, you're not using that anymore. We're using this moving average. So if you're new and you've just popped in here, I'm going through the AI, reminding people that the value is in the entry. And once you have the entry, you're a much better manager of the trade as a human being. And I would suggest to you using what I use, a 15-minute chart and a 10-period simple moving average. If I haven't sold any of you on this time frame and this setup yet, Maybe I will, but for those of you who have been sold, look what I can do. I can share this exact setup with you in our cloud function, and I will pop it in there, my 15-minute chart settings. Yes, this is a simple moving average. I don't use EMAs. I just always use SMAs, and they just seem to work perfectly. Or not perfectly. Nothing works perfectly. They seem to work just as much as I would want them to work. No more, no less. Let's look at another one here. Okay, here's a fun one. It's a long, let's zoom out just a little bit. Nice daily chart. This one is a momentum trade. We're chasing new highs here. But the good news is this thing's behaving and it's moving sideways now. And what is coming up to meet the price? We expect the price to move higher. And if you're staying in this trade and waiting for this to resolve, then you'll be rewarded by waiting. If this trade rolls over and gives us a close below the rising 10, well, guess what? You still get a profit, and you might be happy you did if it bleeds off the rest of the day. I will do a couple more, then we'll start answering the questions that I see coming in. And this is a long, it's basically in the money, and there's the moving average holding that one up, not too bad. Okay, here's a good example. All right, the long that failed, looks like it actually failed at the same point that the AI suggested a stop as well, so nothing really unique about that one. All right, I see some good questions coming in. I will now backtrack and start, and we'll catch up with these questions. All right. Oh, okay, so somebody's, I'll start with R. Got into RRC. Familiar with that name. 991. So that would be today, I suppose. 991 holding back to 1033, but got out with a small profit. Yeah, look at as I go through some of these names, just start to look at what is happening under pressure. These moving averages are really still holding a lot of things under pressure, it looks like. Yes, Jaden, hopefully you're new. I know you're new, and hopefully a little bit of that kind of really helped focus where your attention can be as a new trader. You're not going to learn anything overnight. It's going to take a lot of trial and error, and these are learning days right here. Every day is a new learning day. All right, it looks like I didn't miss as many questions as I thought. Trade of the week was doing good, then got hammered. Last week's trade of the week was barely hanging on. Yeah, it's been tough, Derek. As I said a minute ago, it's very hard right now for position and swing traders. I bailed on CLF2. I don't like when the market starts whacking people around extremely hard, when the market's only down 2 or 3% and your CLF goes down 10% after a nice volume breakout yesterday, as you mentioned, and of course I took notice as well. Here's the sell tag where you can see I said enough. And look, guys, here's our trade of the week bouncing up. Where did the sellers come in and get aggressive again? Pretty much right where we expected them to. And so for the moment, I'm just kind of scratching my head. It's been 2 steps forward, 2 steps back in my swing trading account the last few weeks. It's been very hard. And so I'm actually taking solace in just getting off, clearing the decks a lot and only holding a few key positions. And just seeing, one of them, speaking of, is still the trade of the week from 3 weeks ago, PSLV. This thing is quietly coming back to life, and I believe it could be a simple defensive ETF, possibly if the market continues. Notice, guys, what happened this morning. It got sold off hard in the downdraft, and then all of a sudden people kind of realized, hey, this thing might be okay. It's not rolling back over like a lot of equities are currently. It's holding its own, which is not a bad deal. The one thing, again, I am holding on to is this one's, it's fighting the good fight, but I don't like the way. I told myself on this one, if it closes below the 20-day moving average, I'm probably just going to get out because I would expect this bottoming tail, if the stock can close just like it looks right now, I'll give it a chance. But if we roll back over and this 10-period moving average continues to force the issue and push the price lower and lower into the close of the day, I'm probably going to cut this one, and I will be left with only PSLV and cash in a market that's been very tricky and very volatile and is not giving us any current signs to jump in. Because what happens here is the bulls that have been conditioned month after month to jump in and buy these events like they did this morning, they haven't really seen one that fails at the end of the day and makes them question, did they just do the right thing or not? Because they usually seem to resolve themselves and just pop back close to highs and give us a beautiful bottoming tail with which we can look back on and kind of lean on the daily chart as a swing trader. I was also in AR, which is a sister company to RRC, and that thing really bounced hard this morning, but I got out right on the open because I saw that the open was going to be nasty and I just didn't want to stick around. So essentially, it's pretty much right where I got out right here. But that's been a nice run. You know, things can have nice trends, but trends can break when markets get crazy. Nothing is really safe at times if you're a stock and the major equities are just crumbling behind you. All right, hello Sam. If you can look at Dyne, is that what it is? Dynegy, Dyne Therapeutics. Just not really giving us any life there. You're kind of just waiting for something to happen. Whatever this was short-lived, and it's just a mess of consolidation right now. So I would set a price alert, like something like that, and say, you know, I don't want to see it go below that price. If it does, alert me, and I'll make a decision based on what the market's doing, what the sector's doing in that moment in time. But right now, you're just kind of sitting and waiting. Are advanced exits always on for AI trades? Do you need to turn them on for Brokerage Plus? Um, advanced exits. What do you mean by advanced exits? The option you have is to get out either in conservative mode or moderate mode. And so if you want to do your own, what I was saying earlier is manage your own trades for sure. So that pretty much tells us turn off or do not use conservative mode when you're auto trading the AI. Conservative mode means you are letting the AI determine the exit. And I try to really hammer at home that the AI is not as good as a human in managing trades. And so to do that, to be the human to manage the trade, you have got to be in moderate mode. What that will do, moderate mode, will keep the trade open until the end of the day, which is typically 15 or 10 minutes till the end of the day. Gotcha, Destin. And so let's say you don't want to get out at 10 minutes to the end of the day. You actually want to turn this into a swing trade and take this thing home. Well, then you would right click on the position and you would say modify timed stop, and you would turn off the time stop. Once you've turned off the time stop, which is the only thing hanging the moderate mode in play, then you're on your own. It's completely manual, and the trade will go into the bell, and you can hold it overnight. Yes, Mo, you can ask support questions here. Not a problem. That's why we're here. So go ahead and jump back in and let me know what your question is, and I'll hopefully be able to visually demonstrate that for you. All right, Jaden says, I'm decided to put my cash on hold. I am quickly learning patience. Patience is key. Oh, you have no idea what you said, a mouthful there. It's such a key. Patience is a key on both profits and also not taking a loss and waiting for your setup, waiting for your pitch, knowing when to recognize, like I have, at least my opinion, cash is a position right now. I don't mind watching everybody else pull their hair out and I'm not participating because I'm kind of comfy over here, not having to take on any risk at the moment. There's a lot to be said for that sometimes, you know. Sometimes you can get not burned out, but a little stretched thin, and you just need to kind of pull back and grab a new sheet of paper, take a look at if things have changed, what's still working, what's not working, and what you feel comfortable in and not in. And you can still learn in all those positions. And of course, the simulation trader, you know, in our Brokerage Plus, the paper trade module. If you're not aware of using the paper trade module, you should definitely use that. All right, let's catch up here. Yes, conservative Dustin, gotcha. What's the best way to find a wedge pattern? You know, it's hard with our software, but we have two time periods where you can consider it. Those two time periods are daily and a 15-minute time period. I'm going to show you the daily first off. It's an old scan we have in the cloud called Bull Flag Daily Setup. And I guarantee you we're not going to have any today, probably because just the way the market is. There's a few. Okay. And all it's really doing is looking for types of consolidation at the best it can. Excuse me. This afternoon, I'm going to elaborate a little bit on how to take the A-table scan that I use a lot and do one little tweak in there to try and find things that might be consolidating. So that, if you're going to tune into that, I'll elaborate later. Can't give that away now, but this I can share, and then I'll show you the 15-minute version. And you can just, look at the contents of this configuration and see what we've done. It's basically playing around with the different range, 5-day range and 10-day range. So daily, bull flag. Okay. And the second way is a 15-minute version. And you go to configure in an alert window, and in the search tab, you categorize it and you look for what we call geometric patterns. And in there you can start to see some triangles, some broadening, or some of these geometric patterns. But again, you select it and then you say, if I want to see this over the course of 3 days, maybe I'd put 18 hours in there, something like that. So that's the closest we can do there. It's hard to try and find flags where they're just each candle is getting narrower. There is one more thing you can look at in the alert window, and it's called a narrow range 7. You just type in NR and you'll see these different time frames where the candles are starting to try and get narrower and narrower. Sometimes that can work as well. All right. Hopefully that helps, Dustin. Again, I'm going to show some more stuff this afternoon. Mo, so your question is, how do we erase trend line? I'm trying to use it on a Mac, Amazon Workspace. So what I'm going to say is, if we draw a trend line, which I didn't do very well, any trend line or any right-click markup horizontal line, once you've got those on there, I suspect the thing that might not being done is you have to really select it first. So you see that the cursor is changing. I click the mouse, then I hit the delete key, and that should go away. I'm going to select the line, click the mouse. There we go. See, by clicking the mouse, the ends popped up there on that edit for the line. Now I can click the delete key. I hope that helps. I know you said you're on a Mac and there could be some different nuances. If that doesn't work, you might want to go into our live chat on the main website there and let them know you're on a Mac if there's any special command that has to be done for that. Anything else to your question, Mo? Let's see. Try the left mouse, not the right mouse. I see you typed right. Try left mouse to select the line. That could be it as well. Saying whatever it is I said that why you didn't learn that a few trades ago. Hey, well, now you know it. Whatever it was I said, I don't remember, but now you know it, and you can build that and put that in your arsenal and use it, because that's, as I said, every day is a learning day. Bailed out of CCIV a couple weeks ago. Yeah, when these things get that crazy, it's smart to take some off the table before they do that to you, if that's what you're saying. Yes, he didn't want to hold the heavy bag. Correct, Sam. Very good thought. When you start to get this much space between the price and the 10-period moving average, I get very nervous. It's just a matter of time before something happens and price resets. News, anything can happen. A drop of secondary, shelf offerings, whatnot. All right, Jatinder, hello. Your thoughts on HT as a potential swing? I have a hard time with any potential swings right now, but let's take a look. So what I was just mentioning is I get nervous when I see price at $10 and the fast moving average down here and the 20 moving average way down here. We've had 4 good solid days. I would be the one who was hopefully taking profits up here after a good position down here. Now, that's not to say this isn't a good company, a good stock, but I would not necessarily enter up here. I just feel like something is going to bring the price back in line with this 10-day moving average. And it's better to be the one somebody was mentioning earlier about patience. This is another example of saying, look, I recognize this chart is making me a fear of missing out, but I'm going to tell myself that my future self might thank me because the fear of chasing and then suffering a big pullback and a loss, knowing that you have a horrible entry now, is much worse than the fear of missing out and not suffering a loss. And if you are patient and wait for that moment, so what I might do in a situation like this is just come in here and just kind of eyeball that. I'm going to create a price alert somewhere around there. And I'm going to set it and I'm going to forget it for a few days maybe. But all of a sudden, one day, if this thing goes off, ideally, maybe it's right there around that 10-day moving average, and that might be the time to enter a chart that looks like HT for you, Tinder. All right, Yasmin, I asked a question yesterday, but it was right at 1. The answer cut off with Sean was yesterday. Okay, how to set up the SMS, the SMS email message alerts. I mean, it can be done, and it has to be done on our website, but I don't recommend it because it's very latent. There's sometimes a good 2 or 3 minutes of latency before even an SMS or an email gets to you. But, just so you know, I'll show you. And I don't even know if I can do it correctly because it's been a long time and I don't use this. Now, it's not a great answer to give you, but we're working on trying to get some notifications going and trying to get some more mobile stuff going this year in our tech. It's been very much delinquent working on other things. But, essentially you go to your account. I need to log out. Gomez. All right. There we go. Perfect. Email. Okay, so email and text messaging. So the collaborate, okay, enable, you would enable the setting that you want, and the collaborate, the title speaks for itself. Body, I'm not quite sure what body is. All right, so you can either, okay, got it. You can assign or create your scan in there, but the easiest way to do it, let me just show you, is to create your scan here in a window. And in every window, you can right click and you can go to this collaborate menu called collaborate. All right, it's almost like the cloud, but not quite. All right, bring that up and we say, okay, copy. All right, so then we copy that and then we paste that. And that's all it needs. Okay, test. Let's call this a test email strategy. All right, and there's my settings right there. They collaborated perfectly. All right, so that's about as far as I know to go. If you need more help with that, you can go to the live chat window, as I said. Update general info. Let's see. Oh, okay. There's the address it's going to go to for the email SMS. And as far as SMS, I guess what you have to do is you have to put the email address of the SMS of your carrier in there. So it's a real pain. We recognize that, and again, we're trying to improve that with better functionality and more mobile notification type stuff down the road. So if you can, stay tuned for that. All right, it's not working. It's not working for Mo. That was the, I guess that was the right click, left click. I guess, Mo, you're going to have to go in and let them know you're on a Mac, and if there's anything special that needs to be done to select the trend line to delete it. If the delete key is not working, I don't know. I hate to say that. All right, let me just make sure I haven't missed anything here and leapfrogged. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about for Mr. Guns. Let me go and get that for you. All right. It's going to be back in here. Oops. Hold on. Need some more memory in my computer. I'm going to go to home, and I'm going to go to, I believe it's education. And no. Yes. No, it's not. About. Might be under about. Support. Yeah, it's traders area. Okay, it's under support, traders area, AI strategy descriptions. I will drop this link in as well. But that is the place in which you can get all the AI strategy descriptions, because I think that was your question there for Mr. Guns. And how do you get this into your layout? So you can go to the AI channel bars, but this is part of my layout. So to open these up in your own layout, you just go to New AI Strategy window, and then also Trades window. And that will open up both of these, and then you can just monitor them. You can right click and you can go to segments. You can see all 3 segments or just one of the 3 segments. It doesn't really matter. I keep it on all. I just like to see what's going on over there. All right, Asia, the 21 moving average. I should take a closer look at it the way I do the 10, the 21. Well, I do use a 20 as well, but I'm not deviating away from. I use a 20 period on the daily chart, but intraday, I used to use a 10 and a 20. I could see the value for that, but I'm just trying to keep it simple. Steve, it's the first time that I didn't get the trade of the week. Everything you say got deep into the box. You didn't get the trade of the week. If you're a Gmail account, check your promotions folder tab or spam tab. For some reason, Gmail doesn't like trade ideas. They keep sending us to spams or folders or promotion folders. Yes, Jatinder, you understand the power of FOMO. I've really reminded myself watching people the last couple of months the power of FOMO, especially in that GameStop thing. That was just crazy. People were just not okay with watching their neighbor make all this money ridiculously, and they had to get involved somehow. Human beings are funny. All right, one more chart for Sam, and we'll look at SCYX. All right, not bad on this one. A really nice. It's much nicer to consider being the person buying up here at 10 or being the person down here looking at this washout at 8:45 and maybe taking a chance. I like these types of entries a lot more. You can see it's even kind of riding a nice channel there. Yeah, that looks like a decent spot for a swing trade. You're just going to want to mind the general market. Speaking of, what's it doing? What are we doing over there? Trying to bounce back up, but we're still being corralled by that. Look at that. That 10-period moving average still holding on to it very stubbornly. PSLV doesn't care, just kind of moving higher. It's that ammo stock that I'm in. Yeah, this one's not behaving the way I want it to. But again, my plan for this one is to allow it to not close much worse than it looks right now. I don't want to close under the 20-day moving average. So this is an example of the 20-day coming into play for my decision process. You can see that's kind of a trend line and everything. So I'll give this one a little bit more leeway, but I'm not going to give it too much more. It's going to need to close with a bit more intention. Oh, not there. SCYX, not there. Okay. Okay, so I'll take that to say that you were in this one earlier, as I had mentioned, buying the breakout. And this is again, this is what I've been talking about. I've suffered a lot of these. I don't like these breakouts and then pullbacks. Let me show you an example of why I like to trade 1.5 days. I have two examples of some really good trades that worked for me. Just holding on 1.5 or 2 days, but not more. The first one was UAVS. Back here, I was positioned right there. got my big day. I was getting ready to be a seller above 15 the following day. Got my move. I was a seller above 15. Now, believe me, I was starting to kick myself a little bit, but you can't get upset when you have a good plan and you take a good profit out of it. Because once these things move a day and a half, they just start to die. All right. Sometimes things have a hard time after a big day and a half move. The other good one was WWR that worked well for me. This one was more of a 2-day trade. But I remember looking and thinking to myself, hearing my own voice when I'd say all these times in these webinars saying, all right, I caught myself being greedy. You know, I wasn't a fear of missing out. I was positioned. But up here you start to think, oh man, this is a great trade. I got to let this thing work. And then the voice crept in and said, what are you doing? Moving average is way down here and you're sitting up here wanting to get greedy. I got out, at least at the second half. I think I got out of the first half up here. So in hindsight, again, that worked. You know, we just can't be too greedy when we get our big moves. We got to take them when we get them, because there's nothing worse than giving it all back and waiting for it to hopefully restart, and then it never restarts, and before you know it, you're back to your entry point. So of all the years I've been trading, the philosophy that myself and Andy and some of the other guys have morphed into is kind of that of a surfing analogy. We're just out there watching the waves, seeing something like I did in UAVS, positioning, riding the big wave, couple turns, and then bail. Don't try and ride the wave all the way into the shore. Then when you bail, you've mentally cleared your mind, you've booked some profits, you've freed up some cash, and you're looking for the next swell to go and paddle in position to. And that works best, and it seems to alleviate a lot of those, staying in too long. Just certainly comes to mind. We won't chase things doing it that way. About the SMS portion, when you try to set the alerts, it says my account needs to be authorized for all exchange. Yeah, about the SMS portion, I wasn't really sure about that one. And again, it can be 3 minutes late sometimes. And we're working on trying to do better at mobile notification. Okay. Okay, good question. My thoughts on TradingView versus TrendSpider for someone considering a chart program. I don't really know that much about the two, except I'll tell you, I did watch the Sunday night webinar, and I was impressed with TrendSpider. I like Jake over there. I would say go with that just because I like Jake. And those raindrop, balloon drop, whatever you call those drop candles they've figured out, those are pretty cool. I like those. And their AVWAP program is pretty good as well. So, I'm just basing that off of favoritism. Honestly, I don't really know much about the other ones. All right, I think we're progressing nicely through the questions here. Philippe, when I try to set alerts, it says my account needs to be authorized. Okay. Let me send you the link. Philippe, I've got a link for that. You have to go through a questionnaire that lets us know that the data we're paying for you on behalf of you with your subscription. We have to pay the New York Stock Exchange and other exchanges live data fees. And they want to know if you are a professional, meaning do you teach trading? Are you a broker? Do you work at a bank in the financial department? If any of those things, it's a different scenario. So you just got to work yourself through that. So let me find the link for you. It's called Agreements. Hang on a second. And then I will get that to you. There it is, Agreements. The link I'm going to give you will take you right to your page that you need. And you just have to answer a few questions. All right. Go to that website for Agreements. All right, yeah, we got that one answered too. Jatinder. All right, I think we're all caught up. Let's see what's going on out there. Yeah, we're still under pressure. So again, long day to go, but what some traders haven't seen, maybe a little bit back here when we got a little bit of volatility back there for a couple of days, but still, there's a lot of back and forth, red, green, green. They haven't really seen a big drive down after 2 days and then the recovery. They haven't seen that close back on lows again. And I'm not predicting it's going to, but I'm just saying the market hasn't seen that. Therefore, if the market does see that, that's going to induce a little bit more panic, a little bit more fear. Speaking of fear, the VIX, the ETF that measures fear, as you can see, prior moments of fear are quickly extinguished back into the range. So that's another way to judge how much fear is coming in. And I guarantee you, I'm not saying it's going to happen, and I don't want it to happen, but if this market goes back to lows, you're going to see the VXX explode because, as I just said, everybody's going to go, oh shit, did I just make a mistake buying that dip that's been working for me forever? That's when things start to change. That's when people start to drop their rules, start to double down, break their rules, not follow their rules. And that's in reality when you should be pulling back, putting it in cash and watching and observing and not trying to participate. There's no shame in not trying to participate in volatility. If you want to participate in volatility, then you need to go to 1/3 your normal risk size, because the market will work that out for you. If you go your normal risk size in volatility period, you're just going to drive yourself nuts, making emotional decisions left and right. All right, NASDAQ doing the same. What is Tesla doing? The one that Andy covered this morning. Andy covered at 706, pretty much right there. He also covered on the open too, so half on the open and half right there. Not a bad trade, like Michael was telling him in a direct message group. He said, Andy, you are one of the few people who literally made a good profitable trade shorting Tesla. Don't pick it apart there like a buzzard, buddy. Enjoy it. No regrets. There's no regrets in trading. You made a decision, you stuck with it, move forward. Jam down was great for some scalps today. I bet you anything, Sam. I don't even have to look at it to know exactly what you're saying, because it gave us some good buying opportunities. But I bet they're starting to roll back over. I know you didn't participate, but yeah. And Sam, it's only going to work well in a market that's trending upward. If this market rolls back over at the close and we start to get some more fear, uncertainty, and scare and selling, I would just put that jam down thing aside for a while, because it's not going to work in a down market. It's going to jam down, and it's going to jam some more, and it's going to keep jamming until it pisses you off and you get emotional and you sell. That scan is not designed to work in a down market. Brings up a great point. Let's play with something here. Let's say we do get into a bad market. And what I mean by bad market is that dips that are bought bounce up, and those bounces get heavily sold. And all of a sudden buying the dip doesn't feel like the smart thing to have done anymore. That's what everybody's going to go through at some point that's new to the market. I don't know if it's going to happen this week or next year, but at some point this ridiculously strong bull market is going to take a breath. Something's going to change, and if you don't change along with it quickly, you're going to burn your account pretty hard. I've done it a long time ago, and it's not fun. So my point was, if the jam down worked in an up market, would the opposite of the jam down work in a down market? Meaning where things open and try and suck buyers in, and you get green candles that jump up and rally up into a declining 10-day moving average. Well, that could be a short selling opportunity for making an adjustment to the market. And that's really what you have to do to adapt when things change. Again, I don't know when they're going to change, but when they do, if you kind of have a plan in the back of your mind, it could help. So take the jam down, you duplicate it so you don't change that one. Then you go to configure, and you hope that configure opens, and then you click this button one time, flip. The new low becomes the new high, and all the filters become inverted, and we've got a flipped jam down. So we could rename it jam up and sell. Oops. Let's try that again. there probably are not going to be a lot of great ideas on here because the market hasn't necessarily been responsive to it. Where did my... Here it is. Jeez. My system was locked up. That's what's going on. Okay, so yeah, nothing's coming through, and I don't blame it. But that could be just an idea as a placeholder down the road. We might need to do something here actually. Pretty sure we actually do need to come in here and adjust the score filter. We're going to turn the score filter. Yeah, that did not flip. We don't want to see things above a 50. Let's try that. See if that gives us anything. Still nothing there. With that adjustment that I made to the score filter, I'm just going to turn that one off altogether. Maybe I'll do 65. No, let's turn it off and see if that brings us at least something. All right, so there's some filter in there that's not liking the inversion flip, but you get the idea. 500. Change from the close up. Time of day is the same. Try -5. Hey, there we go. That was the ticket. It was down too much in 10 days. There it is. Look at that. Let's actually play with this a little bit. History today. We should get a couple. Nice. Okay, so on the open, Amgen, look at that, was jamming up into the 10-day moving average and then some. On the open, PAGP was popping up into the 10-day average and then some. Oh, that was not bad there too. So when the market changes and you're starting to see lower highs and lower highs, you want to fade the 3-day green bars for your short sells. And the spot to do it is when they run into these spider webs and these armpits that I call the underside of the moving averages. And this jam down will become a jam up and short sell type of a scan. So now that we've kind of made it a little better, I'll put it back in real time. We'll share that too. And you guys put this in your cloud bank and store it and put it away for a rainy day. And when the market inverts and doesn't buy the dip doesn't work anymore, maybe you could use something like this. You don't need to worry, Sam. I made the changes for you. Jam up and short sell. There you go. Might even be some good content for this afternoon's webinar. All right, I will be with you guys for another 5 or 10 minutes at the most. The hour goes by quickly when there's lots to talk about. Let's check back in on our backdrop of the bigger picture. Question, are we still below the 10-period moving average on a 15-minute chart? Yes. Okay, well, then the market is still guilty until proven innocent right now in my book. At least on the short term. On the big picture, hey, we're still kind of in the channel here. I mean, when you look at it in this perspective of the index, it doesn't seem like that much of a big deal. But again, like when some of your stocks this morning were dropping 15% at one point, that's no fun. These EVs got absolutely smoked. And what happened was once Tesla broke yesterday, and they were actually, again, when I say close below the 10-period moving average, there's the day right there. When I mentioned earlier, sometimes you can get that early warning fire alarm before everybody else realizes that the theater is on fire. Well, that was your day right there. It was a horrible close below. Just one day prior, you were resting pretty above the moving averages. So a giant, what's the word I'm looking for? complexion, juxtaposition, a giant contrast is the word I'm looking for between 2 days with just 24 hours. And as I said, if you start to use these moving averages for risk management on the daily chart here, those that were watching and saw this close and said, oh boy, all these days, all these weeks, Tesla was holding its moving averages, except for this, it popped back up into play. But it popped back up into play only to fail. And if you were on your game, and this is where Andy shorted Tesla, imagine, kind of seeing this and realizing this before it starts to hurt too much. So anyway, my point was Tesla just wrecked and ruined a lot of these solo EV plays. NIO destroyed, FUV destroyed, Solo couldn't get out of its own way, destroyed, Ride. We did NIO. Nikola, what does Nikola look like? Yeah, nothing. So these things are having a hard time getting back into play. And they're probably broken for a while. Okay, so Sam, the only thing I really did on the changes in that jam down is I took off the score filter altogether. Score filter is kind of better for longs. It kind of shows which ones are healthy on the long side. You can wipe that off altogether and still get the bad ones. The second thing I did was I said it didn't have to be down 10% in the last 10 days. It only had to be down 5% in the last 10 days. And that's started to bring in more ideas. All right, I think I'm clear. Let's see. I just got a question. Is there any coordination between position and 5-day range and VWAP? VWAP. I don't think so. I haven't seen any correlation there, Asia, between where position and a 5-day range is versus the VWAP. The other thing I've been looking a lot at lately is the anchored VWAP, which we do have on our charts. Trying to think of a interesting chart to do that with. Well, those really work well on things that are new issues. Like if I took this UAVS and did an anchored VWAP off of this high back here, that's been holding the price down for sure. If I did an anchored VWAP off of this low back here, that's not telling me much. Every now and then I'll look at that, but I don't really look at VWAPs that much. For those of you that do come to the afternoon webinars, yeah, I made a note on my scratch pad here. I might tweak some of those filters a little bit more, maybe try to improve that thing for the afternoon content. Always got to have something to talk about over there. All right, still under that moving average. It's putting up a fight, but let's see what happens. When I am a swing trader. When I make my entry or exit decisions, a lot of them are usually at the closing candle of the day. That last 5 minutes of the day pretty much gives me an idea of what the charts are going to look like for everybody that's going home that night and looking at them. I usually regret the sells that I make in a panic early in the day or middle of the day, because if they recover nicely at the end of the day back above a level that I wanted to keep, then I'm mad at myself for getting a little emotional. But when at all possible, I try to let that candle get as close to the end of the day. And that'll go the same for entry positions, things that might be consolidating, a wedge pattern, a flag pattern you guys asked about. Sometimes if you wait for more confirmation the next day, it's a gap up and a go, and before you even know what happened, you don't feel like chasing anymore. So taking an entry, a brand new entry at the close of the day with the last 5 minutes to go on something that looks really good has not really been a problem for me in the past either. And usually it works out. Oh no. Okay, so just so you know, I'm getting I'm gonna have to go and disable that email thing that I made for myself earlier. I see emails coming through. That's funny. I don't participate much in after hours, Sam. I just don't unless I have to. Like if I'm in something that I didn't see coming, or if I screwed up and took home something that was in earnings and the earnings were bad and I don't want to stick around to next morning, then I might get out. But I'm not going to make any normal, simple trading decisions based on technical merit in the after hours. Only if I realize I'm wrong and I don't want to stick around for the open tomorrow, I'll maybe try and get out after hours. I don't initiate positions after hours. I don't really do that either. If there's something, well, scratch that. If there's something I really, really wanted, and let's say I got sidetracked and the bell rang, I was like, oh shoot, I was going to buy that XYZ because it was consolidating. All right, what's the price after hours? All right, I'll take that. I might do that. Sure, if that's what you meant. Let's go ahead and turn that off, shall we? Disable. Disable. Update. No more emails. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think I got your question there, Sam. I kind of backed into it. I and what you were asking me. All right, guys. Any last questions before I bring Barry back and go eat something? All right, looks like Barry's gonna start up now on his end, so that means I can disconnect. I can go eat and have something to drink, stand up, and it's always nice when you guys keep the questions going and makes the hour go by quickly. So sounds good. All right, thank you, Barry. Talk to you guys later. Bye bye.
Going to be leaving. So Aja, you were my man. Can you hear me? Going to make sure you guys can hear me in the YouTube feed. Then I do my video quickly. Okay, I think Steve says he's stopped. And in the other room, we are somewhat fixated on ERII. Okay, so those of you who are listening to C for the last hour in our YouTube room, somewhat fixated on the ERII, basing, look at this 15-minute base here, just kind of waiting to see if it pops up on volume, taking out the highs. The other one we're kind of looking at is, thank you, Ija, is Macy's. Macy's is an earnings play. It's popped at $2 from the lows of today, And you know, this is a key area. You can just look at that daily chart. I think if it could take out, it may not happen today. It may never happen. But if it can take out 16, then it could, you know, start to fill in this area. It is an earnings play. All right, guys, so I am going to do my video now. And again, I have to do it using this monitor, this screen. So there's a minor interruption. Let me just get the announcement in. I don't think it'll be 125, but just in case. Ah, I see what's happened. Okay, just give me a moment, please. So I'm going to have to put the announcement in here. But real to keep you guys in check. Okay, guys, so I'm going to mute myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, ERII, it looks like it's on the move. Now, the thing is, will that resistance from 2016 make any difference? Say something about Cliff. Okay, what would you like me to say? So, I mean, it's the trade of the week. Obviously, I mean, it triggered yesterday briefly, 1733. Had an opportunity to trade it out in this market. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. Take it now. Like, I'll never, I don't recommend trades at all in that regard. But, it's, to me, it's just really not that interesting anymore. If it gets back up to 1733, the trigger, maybe. Thoughts on FI? Well, FI I know had the huge pop, of course, as an earnings play. And I do recall that it fell. Okay, but yeah, right now I think it's over, in my opinion. I mean, it had that little shot up here. I mean, it was a tremendous, had it on a tremendous run, percentage-wise. Did nothing in the pre-market. No clue that this was going to happen. It's an earnings play, but it had the big drop. Looked like maybe then it was going to start to rebound. I mean, it did rebound somewhat, but right now it's on its way down. So if 438 doesn't hold it, I think it's just it's over. So Macy's did not do it. Stalled right at those highs. I mean, it's amazing how it works, but they stalled right at those highs, those daily highs. About 4 or 5 of them around the same price. It stalled right there again. Just when the trade presents itself. Yeah, I mean, as you know, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes too often. Unless something came in my option scan. But after that, I don't really concern myself with the time of day. I think it was way more prevalent, the days before high frequency trading, etc. Between 12 and 1. Yeah, you could see a real lull, but I don't really see that anymore. I mean, are there more frantic times during the day? Of course, when the market first opens. But I've seen some great looks here later on in the day. And so I just kind of biding my time. So for the AI, you're presented with a stop. Okay, the minute it takes the trade, or I hate to say the minute you get the alert, there is a stop automatically. Okay, you can obey it. I mean, I would think you should obey it, but that's what happens. So it's not this. I mean, it is an AI stop as opposed to what we'll call the smart stop. Does that make sense? Maybe. All right. So when you get the AI alert, you have an entry price. Okay, again, you don't have to follow it exactly, and there is a stop that's generated at the same time. Well, probably it's a different algorithm. Okay. I mean, it's possible it's the same sometimes, but I wouldn't worry because it is automatically generated. So if you're going to follow the AI to the T, it's automatically generated. Well, that's up to you, of course. Always, if you want to follow the stop. I mean, 248. That's a pretty tight stop. 11 cents. You might look at that, and go, that's too tight a stop. As an example. On here, okay, so on my chart, these are Bollinger Bands, those brown lines right there. And this is the 20 SMA, so I'm looking at the 15-minute chart. So these are Bollinger Bands, and this is the 20 SMA, the blue line. This is the 8 EMA, the orange line. Now, I just have not really been able to pay much attention to any of this stuff. And it's fine. Look, I get a lot of questions now, more questions than I ever used to get. Which is absolutely fine. That's the nature of the job. A lot of times what happens when I do shut the room down at 3, I may do a little bit of trading completely on my own. And that's when I'll pay a little more attention to these lines. So the visuals exactly as you say. So Gordon, are you a new user to Trade Ideas? Ah, okay. Well, then I have a treat for you. If you haven't already looked at this, the 20 short lessons, okay? Because this covers all of the basic things that you see, not the specific set like alert windows, but it covers, what is a top list, building one, what is an alert window, creating one. Adding and customizing charts, the single stock window that you see up here, custom layouts. It covers all of the basic features. So if you're brand new to Trade Ideas and you have not done that, then I really would encourage you to take a look at that. Okay, I know it says 20 lessons in 20 days, but of course you can go at your own pace. And I think you can do it a lot sooner than 20 days. Okay? And then all of the scans that I'm sharing all these scans. And again, they're all shared right here from my homepage. All the scans that I'm sharing right here. Okay, so, but I would really, before you do anything else, take a look at, just some of the basic features. It's like any other software program. I mean, Word is really easy. If all you want to do is print, type, print, maybe do some fonts and all that. But even then, you'd have to, read some instructions. Okay. So it's the same thing with our program. I mean, you look at, we've got a lot of alerts, a lot of filters. I think people get really hung up on, wow, how am I going to learn them all? You don't have to. To me, CCIV looks really interesting. Sorry. If it takes, there's the high. I've got that set right there. If it gets over 40, it could have a little run to that area. Not easy, though. What's the spread like? Actually, not a terrible spread, but it's very, look at how much volume, 151 million shares. It is... it's an active trader. It's been an active trader ever since, I guess, it was launched. It was a SPAC. I guess it launched on the 11th of January, earlier this year. So it's been an active trader, but today will probably be the most active day. I'm just looking at the volume bars right there. There's the most active, and I'm sure that's going to catch up. Well, I think a lot of the wildness of CCIV, though, of course, was before. I mean, has it settled down completely? Of course not. But before, when the rumor, will they do it or not? Will they be merging with Lucid or not? I mean, it seemed to me like it was pretty much done. But then you get these people saying, maybe the deal's off. All of a sudden, the stock plummets. Okay, now it's on. The stock goes up. Now it's off. Stock goes down. I mean, that has been taken out of the equation. I'm not saying it's easy now, but I mean, at least that aspect has been taken out of the equation. And another SPAC. Let me just get this in. I think that's a FTAAU. I mean, it's crazy, guys. I mean, look at this. I mean, it is crazy how many SPACs there are now. I mean, look at them all. I mean, this alphabetical order. I mean, it's absolutely insane how many there are. No, I don't teach trading like that, Gordon. I can't teach you how to trade a specific stock or. Yeah, I mean, the thing about it today, it touched down almost to the 200-day moving average. What did it get down to? But I mean, right now, I mean, it's. What do they even do? Were they out of Belgium? So a little bit tricky, when it's a foreign company like this. But it got right down to the low right there, those two weekly candles. There's the 200-day moving average. You've got to hope that holds. It looked like it did. What did it get down to? 42.22. But I can't teach you how to trade this. I mean, I really would have no idea. Right now, it's still in a downtrend, other than that bottoming tail right there, which may signify that the downtrend is over. But look how choppy it is on the daily chart. I just usually run from charts that I see like this. You have these topping tails, bottoming tails, chopping up and down. Somebody else may have a better idea, but I certainly don't. SLDB, actually somebody in their YouTube room mentioned SLDB also. Well, if you're going to swing this, so to me, it's got to take this out right here, 867. Okay, so I was asked about the Brazilian country ETF. Yeah, I mean, it's recovered. Obviously, it's recovered. I mean, it had a big down day yesterday. If you looked at most of the Brazilian stocks, of course, that's why this would be down. Um, and I think the catalyst was the fact that they placed the general in charge of PBR, the big oil company. But it seems to be recovering, though. I noticed this morning, see, PBR got right up to the 200-day moving average. I mean, this is in the pre-market, almost to it. But other than that, I don't know how to comment on. I mean, that's just a highly charged political situation in Brazil. So, is it going to keep recovering? It doesn't have that much room, in my opinion. I mean, 34.40 right now. It's got maybe $1 till it hits all this. So I'm not sure really that there's that much more room left. Well, let's take a look at the ETF for the airline industry. I mean, it's done pretty well. I mean, it fell just like that's that opening 15-minute candle, okay, like the SPY, but it is doing pretty well. I mean, it even then I think it might have been no, it wasn't up for the day. So the ETF for the airline industry is doing not bad. I mean, it had a nice day yesterday. There were a ton of upgrades for each by Deutsche Bank for all of them. I mean, look, if it can, UAL, and I'm sure if you look at Delta, if you look at JetBlue, if you look at most of them, you can just see where it got yesterday. The high was what, 51.82. What's the high right there? 51.31. So, I mean, if it can, it just has to really break out. And I have my doubts, but it was interesting to see all of the upgrades yesterday from Deutsche Bank. Virtually every airline. All right, guys. Well, I've taken a little loss on the ERII. It didn't keep going. No, I'm going to wait. I have my alert set up here again. Took about a nickel loss on it. And it just didn't. I thought maybe, that was enough. There was a little bit of volume that came in, but it just did not sustain itself. So I've got my alert reset. See if it takes it out again later on with volume. Off the top of my head, no. Robotic stocks? Whoa, on the way up. Carve on the way up. So what are the other ones doing? What's U1 doing? Okay, so this has not been halted. U1. These all seem to trade the same. So you can just see the pop for U1. Carve, though, is halted right at the top. And why do we know? We've got a halt resume scanner. Yeah, so I don't know robotic stocks at all, really. Well, you should find out the information on robotics, okay? I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but that sounds like something that yeah, it seems interesting. Probably a lot of information out there. Give me a moment here, guys. So I don't have the layout, okay? I know I say this, I have to repeat myself all the time because what I've done is I've created, if you go to my homepage, if you can find that homepage tab within the trading room, I'm hovering over it right now. If you click on it, what you'll see is this, and you'll also see one of the sections are my scans. Pick and choose which ones you want, okay? I did not want to create a giant layout with all sorts of different scans in them. Okay, so if you click here, you'll see the scans, and you can kind of pick and choose which ones you want. I would encourage you to take a look at this one. The moving higher with unusually strong options. I'm sorry, Rubber Toe. Rubber Toe. Which one are you talking about? The scanner with Snap. Oh, Snap. Okay, Snap. You mean right here, or here? Yeah. This is just a. I don't think I. Yeah, I don't share that one. I mean, you can have it. I can give it to you right now, but it's just a single stock window. I mean, oh, beside it? Okay, so what this is, just give me a moment here, please. So what this is the similar tab. So you see, all I've done is I clicked on the similar tab, and then I duplicated the window, okay? Duplicated it, and that's how this, if I duplicate it, this is why this shows up right here. So what this is, and there are some, I think there have to be some alterations to it to a certain extent, but what this is supposed to be showing you are stocks in the same sector, similar, okay, competitors. All right, Mr. Real, I owe you your whatever you drink. I can't believe it. I finally took a fairly high price one and the Snap. Nice, 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 nice. Nice to be a follower sometimes. Yeah, the Snap. Oh, I know. I know. That's why I started to watch it a bit. I mean, guys, you can make a living shorting tops. I mean, it's just well, not just a matter, but I mean, these stocks that move like this, I mean, eventually it's just a matter of trying to, figure out where the top is to a certain extent. You're never going to nail it to the penny. But, real using fibs and channel breaks and all that sort of stuff. So, So you'll notice here, this is a toggle here. And let me show you what else you can do, okay? This is a toggle, and again, I think this has to be fixed up a little bit. It's supposed to show similar price action, all right? But let's just say, for argument's sake, that this is a sector that you wanted to concentrate on today, all right? The computer systems design services sector. And you see all this, and yeah, this is a pretty, whatever. I mean, maybe it's not the hot sector today, but I'm just going to use this as an example. So what you can do now is you can pop it out, right click and pop it out. Okay, now it becomes a top list. And now you can do whatever you want with it. You can, create a price range. You can create a minimum volume. You can do anything you want with it. Once you've popped it out, just like any other top list window, you can turn it into an alert window if you want. Things like that. So that's one of the interesting things that you can do. So you see a hot sector for the day and you want to follow it all day long. You just load one of the symbols and then pop it out. And then you can, follow it all day long if you want. Make sense? So just right click. Once you have it, right click and it says pop out. So right click on the window, pop it out. It just says pop out. So it'll pop out. Now again, you can take it and add whatever filters you want. And then of course, if you want, you save it to the cloud. So it's, you can always say, or add it to your layout if that's what you want to do. Pharmaceuticals, of course, are usually a very, very interesting sector to follow every day. You always usually get some really big moves. But let's say, you wanted to follow okay, these guys, the NIOs and the lot. You see, the reason I'm hesitant sometimes to talk about this, I think that, the way it is organized, and I know we've talked about that internally at Trade Ideas, I'd like to get it organized a little bit better, to be able to drill down into the sector so you really do truly see the stocks that are all related. It takes a little bit of work. But for the most part, for instance, if I do this CCIV, okay, I will see a bunch of SPACs in here. And you can, I can, there's CCIV. I can pop it out. And now I can add whatever I want. I can add whatever columns I want, whatever filters I want. What is the SPAC that is up the most today? You can see right off the bat. Look at this. There is no, at least that we have determined in here, there's no SPAC that is up today. So this is like a horrible. As a sector, if you want to call it a sector, no bueno today. So Kyle, yeah, so let me just add my homepage link. So Kyle, right underneath where you just posted, all you have to do is click on the link and then go to the scan section and then click on it and then you'll see it. You'll see it's called, second here, it is called Moving Higher with Unusually Strong Options. Okay? Let me know if that worked for you, if you could find it. All right, guys, give me a moment here. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, so it is Tuesday today, so there is the marketing meeting that I do attend. Have to talk about this. So, I mean, look at the VBLT, guys. This is what I was talking about. If you're going to use the AI to its fullest, please add the reentry time and the reentry price. You can add the stop if you want, but add these two columns, okay? And you just have to right click on any one of the column headers, columns, and it is in alphabetical order. So where R is before S. So there you go, right here. Why? Because look at this. I mean, VBLT got stopped out. Actually, literally got stopped out. Okay, the entry was at 248. Remember, this is a short. It got stopped out at 259. Here was the re-entry, 254. Pretty tight. I'll give you that. Pretty tight. But look at this, 254. And where is it now? Where did it get down to? It got down to $2. So, I mean, you know, if you're not using, if you don't have this, you're doing yourself a disservice, okay? You really, you know, in order to maximize it. The other thing is that what we're talking about, I'm going to bring it up in the marketing meeting also, you know, there's an argument to be made that if you just wanted to trade the re-entries, just, you know, you don't get too many of them. You know, what are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Some days you may not get any. Okay, but if you just wanted to trade the re-entries, never mind, you know, the initial alerts. You know, you should be able to. I've asked for that for a long time. And so all you have to do is just go re-entries and just trade those. Well, this is one of the favorites of the Wall Street Bets crew. So let's see, what is it doing today, Palantir? Well, again, you know, I mean, it's been in a big decline. I don't know what else to add to it. You know, I mean, it had the big pops. This is during the Wall Street Bets mayhem. But, you know, since then, I mean, it's just been I mean, this is the area. I mean, it's trying to hold. It is trying to hold. But if it gets down to here, look out. I mean, I know Goldman put a upgrade on it, I think last week, the beginning of last week, I believe, or the week before. Hasn't really helped. Yeah, I believe that's on 100. I would disregard it, rubber toe, but I mean, I think that's on $100 or 100 share, something like that. 100 shares per. To me, it means nothing. I mean, you know, I know we have it there, but I would just have this window up and running. That's what I would do. Have this window, the strategy trades all. But the performance, you see, this is the problem. For instance, you know, this is not counted. The VBLT, because it got stopped out, you know, it would not be counted, and we have to have a way to count reentries, and that's all I'm saying. I mean, I don't look at it like that at all. I look at this like a big watch list, okay, and during the day you can get, and listen, I mean, I can't trade this. I can't trade very many things because I can't concentrate on any one thing at any given time. So, but if I had this, I'd be concentrating on this, and this. That's all I'd be doing. You know, I wouldn't probably have anything else on the go. This meaning my watch list, the one I construct every day, and of course my option scan, and then the AI, but using them as watch lists. I mean, you know, listen, the basic new highs and lows, it's interesting to see, and you know, you can get some really great trades out of them, but you know, you're getting a few alerts a day, and it may not be what you want to do. I mean, I personally think that the reentry is really, you know, a very interesting way to go. You know, you just look at it this way. If the AI gets stopped out or it hits the stop price, you can say to yourself, well, you know what? All these strategies have been optimized for today. Does it mean they're all going to work? Of course not. But you can look at it that, okay, the AI got stopped out of this trade. Maybe it was just a little early, you know, in the alerting sequence. So now it's giving you a second opportunity. Now, does it mean that second opportunity is always going to work? Of course not. If that were the case, then we wouldn't have to do anything else. Well, I think you see what has to happen. I believe if you check these, Problem is, as I understand it anyway, you're talking about in the simulator with the AI, Marcus, or are you talking about a strategy of your own? Okay, so you turn them all on. You have to turn them all on, okay, and then you check these, and then I believe, then it's going to happen. But you cannot just, as I understand it, just do reentries. And that's what I think that they're definitely looking at doing. I think you have to have them all on first. So it has to take that initial trade. Does that make sense? And that's a great point also. For those of you who are bound and determined that you want to try auto trading the AI, before you do it, you can do it in the simulator. Okay, turn all the strategies on, just enable. Now I have to scroll down even more, but you enable the ones you want. If you just want to go long, you enable the long strategies. You could select long. And then you can also check the long and the short for the reentries. But you have to, unfortunately, I think you have to take that initial trade too. You cannot just do the reentries. I'm going to ask the question, though. I'm going to be in that marketing meeting in about 4 or 5 minutes. For one thing, it cuts down on the number of trades. Now today is not over, I don't think it's overdone, but it definitely cuts down on the number of trades because, you don't often, depends on the day, but you don't often get too many re-entry opportunities. Okay, Kyle. Okay, let me quickly do this. Make sure I have put the link in correctly. Okay, Kyle, so here's the link again. And when you click on my homepage link, it's the same link, Barry's homepage. When you click on it, this is what you should see. Okay, and then one of the areas, my scans. Let me make sure that link is working. I'm sure it's working, but let me make sure. That's the link I've been putting. Yeah, there it is. So yeah, you just have to scroll down and there you'll see my scans, right? Here they are. I think what happened is you didn't scroll down. You might have just, you saw this. You just have to scroll down a little bit to see these other sections, okay? Let me make sure that worked, Kyle. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. All right, guys, so in about 2 or 3 minutes or so, the marketing meeting will start. So I'll be putting myself on mute. And I will just put the announcement in. Don't have time right now, JB. Sorry. I've got to I got to load some stuff before I get into this meeting. Well, what you can do, Rubber Toe, is we don't have a free trial, okay? But you can take out a subscription, and within 5 days, if you don't like it, we'll refund your money. In order to see the AI and all, you need a premium subscription, and you can go a month. You know, 228, less the 15%, and but if within 5 days you don't like it, then you will just refund your money. Okay, guys, I put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry it took a long time, that meeting. It's almost just in time to close the room down. So let me see if I can just answer some quick questions before I do shut the room down. Let me just close out my little icon here. So Dave, yeah, I sent you something. It's called, what is it? What was it called? Strong pullbacks on winners. That's what it's called. So you can take a look and see, these are trending stocks. These are ones that were trending today anyway, winners, and they've pulled back. And, they may have pulled back only a certain amount and maybe they'll resume. No guarantee, of course. Greg, so yeah, just Kelly is starting vacation today, so I'm not sure she's going to be around. But just if it's an account issue, just click on that homepage link and start a discussion, okay? What else? Okay, well that link you're talking about, that pullback, Sam, it's just above you, right here. Okay, there it is, right there. If you can see my screen, there's the link for it. Okay, right there. And let me just see. I'm just trying to see if I'm catching up. Okay, Megan, are you still in the YouTube room? You asked about how do you determine support and resistant lines. Well, your idea of support, my idea of support, and resistance, etc. They could all be very, very different. Okay, so that's why we don't automatically draw them, if that is your question. I mean, I look at a chart and I might look and say, well, that's support to me. You might look at it in a different way. If that's what you mean. If you're talking about as a brand new trader, that is just going to come with chart reading experience over time to try to figure out, okay, this looks like a good support area. Like look at this one. Not I'll just try to off the top of my head. We looked at this one earlier, okay? So, you look at Airy, I mean, it's been chopping around, not chopping around, actually, it's not really chopping around, but you would look at this and say, well, that's pretty good support, this whole area right there. And so if it broke down through that, that would be a breakdown of support, as an example, okay? Now, is it going to automatically draw a line? No, because I mean that might not be your idea, and that's on the 15-minute time frame, as an example. And am I running beta software? The beta, I am running development. So Yogi, if you're asking me, if you're still in the room, I'm running a development version of the software. That's what I'm usually always on. And the SLDB, yes, and congratulations, Aja. I know you said you were looking to swing that one, but that was a heck of a short though too. Yes, I can share that pullback link. Just give me a moment. Let's hope it's the same one. No, okay, just give me a moment, please. I'll just have to reload it. It's called Biggest Pullbacks on Winners. And it's sorted. You can sort on the different columns. And I think it's sorted on the change in 15 minutes. Okay, so there it is. Okay, so Keith, are you talking about the AI? If you're talking about the AI only trading long, then you just choose long. Is that what you're talking about? So you have a selection right there. Select long, or select short. If you don't select any, then it's. All right, so are you talking about auto trading the AI? You too, Real. Thanks a lot for all the help as usual. So I'm just trying to Keith. Are you still? Can you still listen? Can you still hear me? Having a spirited conversation. All right, so Keith, if you're talking about auto trading the AI, first of all, here's two things. You can, if you just select the long right there, if you can see my screen, see, you just select long. Number one. Number two, before I would auto trade it, I would run it in the simulator first. Okay, run it in the simulator first before you auto trade the AI. Okay, so yes, so that's all you have to do. I mean, you could have done it manually, just, highlighting them, but it's an easy way, just select long. Okay? And any thoughts on BBIG? I don't think I saw that one today, so let's just take a look at BBIG. Yeah, oh, yeah, that's right. I mean, I do remember seeing this one earlier on. Aren't they doing some kind of a joint venture? Yeah, so I mean, I don't know what to really say. I mean, it just gave it up completely and now it's basing. I don't really know how much more I can add. It had a nice pop, but it's given it all up. I mean, it's actually gone negative, so I don't know what to say about it. A bunch of, maybe just a pump and dump, big fluff. I mean, that's a big pullback. I mean, at one point it was really positive. Now it's actually down 10%, so I really don't know what more I can add. You can't do that, Yogi. You cannot, maybe in the future, but you cannot tell it to just, trade 1 to 20 or 10 to 50. Look at Macy's coming back, guys. Macy's coming back again. It's been really kind of choppy, but I tell you, keep an eye on Macy's tomorrow. If it takes out 16, it's an earnings play. Especially, I mean, the market is making a nice little move. I mean, the Dow is now just about. I mean, we're almost flat here on the Dow and almost flat on the SPY. So, I mean, if the market is reasonably strong tomorrow, you could see Macy's take out 16 and start to, fill in this void. It'll be a second day continuation after earnings. You can't sit anything like that, Yogi. Unfortunately, you cannot. I mean, the alerts come in and, you're talking auto trade mode, obviously, because, if you don't like a price range and you don't trade it. But again, I'm saying in auto trade mode, like I would practice in the simulator for a long time before you ever committed real money to auto trading the AI. I mean, the only thing you can do with the AI in terms of auto trade mode, and it was asked before, is choose. You can choose the strategies that you want, or you can just go long or just go short if that's what you want. Well, you have to turn them on. You do have to turn them on, okay? You always have to enable. You always, in fact, I would probably just. I mean, it's not. It's interesting that it didn't. You always have to turn them on every day. So this is what I would do. Okay, maybe. Well, it seemed to work it there, so I don't know what to say. But they're all going to be like the longs are going to be at the top. So just highlight them, and then enable them. You'll have to do that every day. We force you to, if you're going to auto trade, we force you to make sure you know you're doing it. So you have to do it every day. So at the very least, just highlight them, and then enable, okay? Then they're on. But you're right. I don't know what that really means anymore then. All right, guys, I think that's it. I've got to redo my video, unfortunately, so that's why I'm trying to get out of here. So I have to redo my video. Okay, guys, I know, sorry, tapped on the table, but We'll see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. In the morning, of course. So hope everybody has a great evening. I'm just getting the message in. So it says Wednesday. Have a great evening, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Bye-bye.